There is a moment just before sleep when something releases. You may have noticed it. The grip loosens. The internal narrator, the one who has been cataloguing the day, replaying conversations, composing the emails that never get sent, that voice softens. And in the brief space before it goes quiet entirely, something else begins. Carl Jung spent 50 years trying to describe what that something else is. He was not a poet, though he wrote like one when the subject demanded it. He was a trained physician, a careful scientist who kept meticulous notes on 12,000 dreams during his career. And his central finding, the one that organized all the others, was this: the person you are during the day is not the whole of you. There is a daytime self. You know it well. It has your name, your job title, your practiced way of answering "How are you?" It manages the hours between waking and sleeping with enormous competence. It navigates traffic and negotiations and the particular social weather of every room it enters. And then, tonight, it begins to loosen. The room goes dark. The familiar sounds of the waking world recede. Your body, which has been carrying the day's tension in your shoulders, your jaw, the small muscles behind your eyes, begins to release what it has been holding. This is not simply biological. Jung would say it is also psychological. The ego, the technical term for that daytime manager, is starting its nightly retreat. And in the space it leaves behind, something larger and older and more honest begins to stir. Tonight, we spend time with that process. Not to analyze it, not to give you strategies or frameworks or a list of things to do differently tomorrow, simply to let you understand what is happening as it happens. The psyche, Jung's word for the whole of the mind, conscious and unconscious together, has been preparing for this moment all day. While you were answering emails in an open-plan office in whatever city you live in, some older part of you was already moving toward tonight, toward darkness, toward the strange gift of forgetting yourself. There is something worth knowing about why this happens. There is also something worth knowing about what it costs when it doesn't happen well. We will get to both. But for now, let us simply sit here together in the room you are already in and notice that your body knows what to do even when your mind insists on staying busy. Jung wrote his first serious psychological notes in a tower he built by hand on the shore of Lake Zurich. 1923. Stone walls, a simple table, no telephone. He would work there in the mornings and sit in the evenings watching the lake change color as darkness came. He was 62 years old and had spent his career studying what other psychiatrists dismissed as irrational, dreams, visions, the stories that rose unbidden from the sleeping mind. He had come to believe that dismissing those stories was the central error of modern life, not because dreams are mystical, but because they are honest. The daytime self edits, it selects, it presents a version of you that can function, that can be accepted, that can get through the day without falling apart. It does this with great skill and at great cost. And when the lights go out and the editor rests, the unedited version, begins. You are already in that process. It began when you lay down. It is continuing right now. Even as these words pass through you, let your shoulders drop. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. We have a long night ahead. There is no hurry. The ideas will come when they are ready, and the ones that are meant for you will find their way in, whether you are fully awake to receive them or not. Let us begin with what happens when the mask comes off, and what has been living beneath it all along. Chapter 2: Why Sleep Undoes the Mask. Carl Jung had a word for the mask. He called it the persona. He borrowed the term from ancient Greek theatre. In the amphitheatres of 5th century Athens, actors wore large clay masks. Persona, in Latin, means both mask and the sound that passes through it. The mask amplified the voice. It signaled the role. Everyone in the audience knew which character was speaking by the shape of the face held up to the light. Jung used the word to describe something similar in everyday life. The persona is the face you present to the world, the competent professional, the reliable friend, the parent who holds it together. The person who answers fine when asked how they are, even on the days when nothing is fine, it is not a lie exactly. Parts of it are genuinely you, but it is edited, shaped by what your environment rewarded and what it punished, often decades before you had any say in the matter. A child learns early which parts of themselves are welcome at the table and which are not. The anger, perhaps, the sadness, the neediness, the creative wildness, the inconvenient sensitivity. These get managed, trained, redirected, and gradually the child develops a version of themselves that functions smoothly in the social world, at some cost to whatever had to be put away. By adulthood, the persona is so practiced it no longer feels like a mask. It feels like a face. And then you go to sleep. Sleep is, among many other things, the nightly removal of the persona. When you lose consciousness, you lose the audience for the performance. There is no one to impress, no one to manage, no role to maintain. The social machinery goes quiet. This is, according to Jung, both a relief and a reckoning. A relief because the performance is exhausting. You may not notice how much energy it costs to be the version of yourself the world expects until you stop. Until the lights go out and the body sighs in a way you cannot quite explain, but also a reckoning. Because when the persona goes quiet, what remains? Jung spent years sitting with that question, not philosophically, practically. He worked with patients in Zurich, then in Bollingen, the tower village on the lake, who came to him unable to sleep or sleeping too much, or waking at 3 a.m. with a specific quality of dread they could not name. He listened to their dreams. He asked them to draw what they saw in the hypnagogic state, that threshold between waking and sleep where images arrive without permission. What he found was consistent. The persona's withdrawal was not a void. Something moved into the space it left. He called that something the unconscious. not as a dumping ground for repressed memories. That was Freud's model, and Jung respected it up to a point, but deeper than repression, a living, generative layer of the psyche that had its own logic, its own images, its own agenda. The agenda was not malevolent. That was the key thing Jung kept insisting on, even when the images were frightening, even when what rose from sleep was not pleasant to look at. The unconscious was trying to complete something. It was trying to restore a balance that the waking mind, in its relentless editing, kept disrupting. Imagine a man who spends 40 years presenting a version of himself that is confident, decisive, never uncertain. In his dreams, he keeps returning to a childhood bedroom, a specific fear he cannot name, the recurring image of a door he will not open. The unconscious is not punishing him, it is keeping the account, holding what he has refused to carry in the daylight, waiting patiently for the night when the mask is off long enough for the real conversation to begin. You may have a door like that. Most people do. Tonight, we do not need to open it. We simply need to acknowledge it exists. Let your breath find its own rhythm. You do not need to make it deeper. And here is the small detail that changes everything about how Jung understood sleep. The unconscious does not stop when you fall asleep. It was already awake. It has been awake the entire time. The question sleep answers is not whether the deeper mind is active. The question is whether the surface mind has finally gone quiet enough to let the deeper one be heard. Tonight, it has. Chapter 3, Jung and the Night Psyche. In the winter of 1913, Carl Jung had a vision. He was not asleep. He was sitting in his study at Kusnacht, the house on the lake outside Zurich. In the early evening, a light was on. He could hear the water, and without any gradual onset, an image appeared in his mind with the force and texture of something real. A wave of cold water moving across Europe, carrying floating ice and the debris of civilization, turning everything it touched to rubble. He thought he was going mad. He had recently broken with Sigmund Freud. The break was not clean. Freud had been something like a father to him, intellectually and emotionally. The older man who had recognized his genius, who had designated him his heir, who had written to him with an intimacy that Jung had nowhere else in his professional life. And Jung had walked away from all of that because he could not follow Freud's insistence that all psychological meaning reduced to sexuality. He believed there was something more, something older. The break left him isolated. His colleagues in Vienna viewed him with suspicion. His colleagues in Zurich were cautious. He was 42 years old, successful by every external measure, and profoundly alone in his thinking. And now, the visions. He had a second one weeks later. The same frozen flood, a voice telling him it would come. And then, and this was the detail he could not explain for decades, a feeling that was neither dread nor relief, but something between. Recognition, perhaps. 3 weeks after the second vision, the First World War began. Jung did not believe in prophecy. He believed in the collective unconscious, the idea that all human beings share a deep layer of psychic material that has been accumulating since the first human mind capable of symbol-making existed. He believed his visions were not predictions, they were perceptions. He had somehow touched a layer of the shared psyche that registered, before the conscious world acknowledged it, what was coming. Whether or not you accept that interpretation, the experience changed him. He could have responded to the visions by increasing his clinical distance, by diagnosing himself, filing the images away, returning to the orderly practice of medicine. Many psychiatrists would have done exactly that. Instead, he listened. He began writing down everything that came to him in those threshold states between waking and sleep, the images, the voices, the scenes that arrived without invitation. He did this for 6 years. The result was a handmade manuscript he called the Liber Novus, the New Book, later published as the Red Book. It was illuminated by hand. He painted the images. He wrote in archaic German. It was, he said later, the most important work of his life, the seedbed from which everything else grew. He showed it to almost no one during his lifetime. There is a kind of courage in that, the willingness to take seriously what arrives in the dark, without immediately needing to explain it to the world. This is where Jung differs from almost every psychologist who came after him. He did not treat the night mind as inferior to the day mind. He did not see the unconscious as a problem to be managed. He saw it as a partner, older, slower, speaking in a different language, but trying with great patience to contribute something the conscious mind could not provide on its own. There are two kinds of night. One is the night that simply rests you, the good sleep, the dreamless hours, the body restoring what the day depleted. And the other is the night that works on you. The night where the images arrive, where old rooms reappear, where the people you have lost show up at tables set for dinner. Hold that distinction gently. It returns later. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. If your mind has been following these words closely, let it relax now. The ideas are patient. They will wait. Jung's patience was extraordinary. He sat with his own night mind for 6 years before he trusted himself to explain what he had found. 6 years of sitting in the tower, writing by hand, painting what came. What came, eventually, was a psychology of the whole person, not just the presenting symptoms, not just the rational, manageable surface. The whole thing, the persona and the shadow, the ego and the self, the archetypes that move beneath individual biography like currents beneath the visible surface of a lake. Tonight, we are going to follow that current down. Chapter 4. The ego is not the whole. Let us be precise about a word we have been using. The ego. Jung used it carefully, in a specific technical sense, and it is worth understanding what he meant, because the word has been stretched in common usage until it means almost nothing. When someone says, "Leave your ego at the door," they mean something like, "Don't be arrogant, don't be defensive, be open." That is a fair enough instruction. But it is not what Jung meant. For Jung, the ego is the center of consciousness. It is the part of the mind that says I, the part that knows it exists, that can reflect on itself, that maintains a continuous thread of identity from one day to the next. Without an ego, you would have no sense of being a person. You would not be able to function in the world. The ego is not the problem. The ego is necessary. The problem, and this is the central insight Jung kept returning to throughout his career, is when the ego mistakes itself for the whole. Imagine a city, a large, complex city with millions of people, dozens of neighborhoods, centuries of history layered under the streets. The ego is not this city. The ego is the mayor's office. The mayor's office is important. It makes decisions. It represents the city to the outside world. It has a sign on the door that says "the city," because that is the most efficient way to operate. But anyone who has walked the city knows that most of what happens there happens without the mayor's awareness. The long-standing arguments in certain neighborhoods, the informal economies, the stories passed down in languages the mayor's office doesn't speak. The underground infrastructure that keeps the lights on and that most residents never think about. The psyche, for Jung, is the city. The ego is the mayor. And sleep is the night shift. When the mayor goes home, the city doesn't stop. The underground systems keep running. The old neighborhoods carry on their long conversations. Things get repaired that couldn't be touched during business hours. And occasionally, something rises from the deeper infrastructure that the mayor, arriving fresh in the morning, will find waiting on their desk as an image, a feeling, a residue of dreaming that doesn't quite dissolve in the first hour of waking. Marie-Louise von Franz, a Swiss analyst who worked alongside Jung for decades, described this as the compensatory function of the unconscious. The psyche, she observed, is always trying to correct an imbalance. If the ego has been overconfident, the dreams bring humiliation. If the ego has been too cautious, the dreams bring daring. If the ego has been performing contentment it doesn't feel, the dreams bring grief that arrives without an addressable cause. This was not random. It was, in von Franz's reading of Jung, something closer to intelligent. Not intelligent in the way a person is intelligent, but purposive, directed toward something. That something, in Jung's framework, was wholeness. The integration of the parts of the self that consciousness had pushed aside or never properly acknowledged. The process he called individuation, from the Latin individuus, undivided, the lifelong movement toward becoming more fully and authentically oneself. The night is where that process runs most freely. The night is where the unelected parts of you, the parts that didn't make it into the persona, the parts that got managed or suppressed or simply never found a welcome, the night is where they are most likely to speak. They speak in a language you may not immediately recognize, not in sentences, in images, in the specific texture of a feeling that accompanies a dream scene, in the body's response to something seen with closed eyes. But the language can be learned, not by analysis, not by keeping a dream journal and cross-referencing symbols with a glossary. Jung was suspicious of that approach. too much intellectual management, not enough listening, by something more like patient attention, by the willingness to sit with what arrives from the night without immediately needing to organize it into meaning. Notice your breath. You don't need to change it. The ego is resting. What it has been carrying all day is beginning to settle. And in the room this opening has made, something else is already moving. Chapter 5: What Consciousness Loses at Dusk. There is a physiological fact worth noting here, though we will not stay with it long. As daylight fades, the human brain begins a series of biochemical shifts that have been happening in every human body for as long as human bodies have existed. Melatonin begins its slow rise in the pineal gland, a structure about the size of a grain of rice, located near the geometric center of the brain, which Descartes in the 17th century identified as the seat of the soul for reasons that said more about his philosophy than his anatomy. The body temperature drops fractionally but measurably. The neural circuits associated with executive function, planning, self-monitoring, the management of social presentation begin to quiet. These are not metaphors. These are measurements. But Jung would say the measurements point towards something that the measurements alone cannot capture. What consciousness loses at dusk is not merely arousal. It loses its grip on the story it has been telling about who you are. During the day, the ego maintains a continuous narrative. You are the person who got up this morning, drove that particular route, managed that particular problem, had that particular conversation. The narrative has momentum. It carries forward from one moment to the next, connecting events into a sequence that feels like a life being lived coherently. At dusk, the narrative loosens. This is why evenings can feel more permeable than mornings, why the question you have been avoiding tends to surface in the bath, or on the walk back from wherever you have been, or in the quiet hour before dinner. The narrative machinery has not fully stopped. It stops only in sleep, but it has slowed enough for other material to rise. William James, the American philosopher and psychologist, described consciousness in 1890 as a stream, a continuous flow that integrates sensation, memory, and interpretation into something experienced as coherent. He was a precise observer, but he noted that the stream had banks it rarely overflowed during the day. Habits of attention, habits of interpretation, the grooved expectations of a life lived in familiar patterns. Sleep is where the banks break. The material that gets past those banks is not random. This was Jung's crucial departure from the psychologists who treated the unconscious as noise, as the meaningless static of a brain in maintenance mode. It was not meaningless, it was structured, it followed patterns. It returned to the same rooms, the same figures, the same tensions, because those rooms and figures and tensions corresponded to something unresolved in the waking life. The psyche, Jung believed, has a memory that the ego does not have access to. A deep time memory that holds not just the events of your individual biography, but something older, the typical situations and typical responses of the human species across enormous stretches of time. The archetypes were his name for these deep patterns, not images themselves, but the propensity to generate certain kinds of images. The mother, the father, the child, the wise elder, the trickster, the shadow. These are not cultural inventions. They are, in Jung's account, the furniture of the collective psyche, present in myths across cultures that never had contact, present in the dreams of people who have never heard of myth, present in the first images produced by children who learned to draw before they learned to speak. They enter more easily at night, when the executive function quiets, when the narrative loosens, when the grip of the persona on the shape of experience releases enough for something older to move through. What the ego loses at dusk is something it was holding with effort, a version of yourself maintained by attention and will and habit. And what fills that space is not nothing. It is the rest of you. Most people have been carrying something in the daylight that was not theirs to carry. A worry borrowed from a parent, an expectation installed by an institution, a self-image constructed in response to a judgment delivered years before you had the language to disagree with it. What the ego refuses to carry, what it manages, deflects, keeps under, doesn't disappear, it waits. It waits with extraordinary patience. It has been waiting for years in some cases, and when the daylight self finally rests, the waiting ends. Let your jaw soften. Let the weight of your body settle into wherever it rests. This is not something you need to manage. It is already happening. Chapter 6. Dreams begin where control ends. The first thing to understand about dreams, Jung said, is that they are not addressed to the person you think you are. They are addressed to the person you are. This is a harder distinction than it sounds. The person you think you are, the one who makes the decisions, judges the situations, tries to do better, and worries about not doing well enough, that person has opinions about everything, including themselves. They have a self-image, a story about why they do what they do, an explanation for the things that have gone wrong, and a quiet pride about the things that have gone right. Dreams largely ignore that person, or rather, they address themselves to the deeper structure beneath that self-image, to the actual emotional reality, the unacknowledged conflicts, the things the waking mind has agreed not to look at directly. This is why dreams often feel strange and irrelevant. They are speaking to a layer of you that your conscious self is not accustomed to representing. Sigmund Freud, who was the first person to develop a systematic psychology of dreams, saw this layer primarily in terms of repressed wishes, desires that could not be expressed in waking life and found expression in disguised form in sleep. The dream was a sensor's product. The strange imagery was a code, and the analyst's job was to decode it to find the wish beneath the symbol. Jung accepted parts of this, but he found it too narrow, too rooted in a single layer of the personality, too focused on personal history at the expense of something deeper. His own dreams, which he recorded with obsessive care, often went far beyond personal biography. They contained images he had never encountered in his waking life, mythological figures that matched descriptions in texts he had not read, landscapes that appeared in fairy tales from cultures he knew nothing about. When he encountered these images later in scholarly texts, he was not satisfied by the explanation that he must have seen them somewhere and forgotten. The images were too precise, too consistently structured. He began to develop the hypothesis that the dream accesses not just personal memory, but a deeper layer, the collective layer, the species memory, the accumulated symbolic repertoire of the human imagination across all of recorded history and before. This is the origin of the collective unconscious, and it changes the way you might think about the images that arrive when your eyes close. The stranger the image, Jung would say, the deeper it comes from. The highly personal dream, the dream about your boss, your house, last Tuesday's argument, tends to come from the personal unconscious. The dream that contains a figure who speaks with strange authority, a landscape that exists nowhere in ordinary experience, an emotion that has no correlate in your waking life. That dream is drawing from something older and larger. Neither is more important. But the second kind, the deep kind, often carries the most energy. Edward Edinger, an American analyst who spent decades studying the relationship between ego and the unconscious, wrote in 1972 about what he called the anatomy of the psyche, the specific ways the unconscious attempts to speak to a particular ego at a particular moment in its development. His central observation was that the unconscious never says the same thing twice in quite the same way. Each dream is calibrated to the present state of the person receiving it. This suggests something worth sitting with. Your dreams are not random static. They are responses, specific, calibrated, intentional in their way, even though no single intending consciousness produces them. Control, which the waking mind values enormously, is exactly what dreams refuse to offer. You cannot decide what images arise. You cannot edit the script before it runs. You cannot choose the emotional weather of the night. And that limitation, which can feel like a failure if you are accustomed to managing things, is, in Jung's view, precisely where the value lies. The mind that surrenders control in sleep receives something the controlled mind cannot generate, truth that has not been edited for palatability, images that did not pass through the censor. If your mind has been drifting, that is fine. Come back gently. We are still here. Nothing in this night asks anything of you. Let your body remember what it already knows: how to rest, how to breathe, how to let the thinking slow without trying to stop it. Dreams begin where control ends. You are already there. Chapter 7. Anxiety after the day self fades. You know the feeling. The day ends. The tasks complete or remain uncompleted, the conversations finished or half finished, the hours accounted for in whatever way hours get accounted for in your particular life. You move towards sleep. And somewhere in that transition, in the bathroom, in the dark, after the light goes out, in the first few minutes of lying still, something arrives. Not a thought exactly, not a problem you can solve. Something more atmospheric, a low-pressure system moving in. Jung would have recognized it. He wrote about it, and the psychologists who followed him developed increasingly precise language for what happens in the anxious mind at the threshold of sleep. The day self, the persona, the executive function, the narrative coherence of the ego is both energetically expensive and psychologically protective. While it runs, it manages what you feel. It organizes experience into the shapes you can bear to carry. It keeps the noise at a manageable level. When it fades, the management fails. This is not a pathology. This is architecture. The anxious activation that many people feel at the edge of sleep is, in Jungian terms, the ego's response to the approach of the unconscious. The ego senses that it is about to lose control, that the organized, edited narrative is about to dissolve, that whatever it has been keeping at bay during the day is about to have unrestricted access. And the ego, brilliant, adaptive, well-practiced at its job, treats this the way it treats most threats, by mobilizing, by generating contingency plans, by running the risk assessment that was only deferred, never resolved, during the day. This is why the thought at 11 p.m. is so often the thought at 3 a.m. and the thought at 6 a.m. Not because it is uniquely important, but because the ego returns to it as a management strategy. If I can just solve this, if I can just plan through this, I can retain some control over what is about to happen to me in sleep. The strategy never works. The thought is not solvable. It is the symptom, not the problem. Irvin Yalom, the American existential psychiatrist, has spent a career exploring the anxiety that lives beneath the ordinary concerns of daily life. His clinical finding, developed over decades of working with people facing serious illness, loss, and mortality, is that most surface anxiety is anxiety about something else, something further down. The worry about money is sometimes worry about adequacy. The worry about the project is sometimes worry about visibility. And beneath all of it, in many people, is something that Yalom identifies as existential anxiety, the awareness, kept at a tolerable distance during the day, that existence is uncertain, that time is finite, that control is always partial. Sleep requires relinquishing control. This is, for some part of every mind, a small daily rehearsal of the largest thing, and yet the body already knows that sleep is safe. It has gone there thousands of times and come back. The heart keeps beating. The breath continues. The biological systems that govern survival do not yield to the ego's retreat. They simply carry on, quietly and competently, in the hours when the conscious mind is absent. What the anxious mind is protecting against is not physical danger. It is identity loss, the temporary dissolution of the self as a managed, continuous narrative. And that dissolution, which the anxious ego experiences as threat, is, in the deeper structure of the psyche, a gift. Because the self that returns from sleep is never quite the same as the one that went into it. Small updates have been made, small adjustments to the internal landscape. Old material has been processed. The night works on you while you think you are simply resting. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. The anxiety that arrives at the edge of sleep is the ego's last effort to maintain its hold. You can observe it without obliging it. Let the thoughts circle. Let the body release anyway. The deeper self does not share the ego's anxiety about letting go. It has been here before. It knows the way. Chapter 8. The persona falls asleep. The persona does not fall asleep all at once. It goes in layers. The outermost layer is the social persona, the face you wear in public, the voice calibrated for the room, the readiness to interpret other people's signals and respond appropriately. This goes first, usually within minutes of solitude. You are alone. No one is watching. The shoulders relax. The performance of having it together, whatever your particular version of that performance looks like, eases. The middle layer is more persistent. It is the private persona, the story you tell yourself about yourself, the running commentary. I handled that well. I should have said something different. Tomorrow I will do better. I am the kind of person who. This layer is quieter than the social one, but more intimate and more defended. It is this layer that gets activated at the edge of sleep. The internal narrator checking the record one more time. The innermost layer is what Jung called the complexes, emotional constellations organized around charged experiences, usually from early life, that operate with something like their own personalities beneath conscious awareness. These are the last to quiet. Sometimes they do not quiet at all, and the night is spent in their company, cycling through their particular emotional weather without resolution. Let us understand what a complex is. Jung identified complexes early in his career, before he had developed most of his theoretical framework through a simple psychological experiment, the word association test. He would read a list of words to a patient: tree, father, blue, money, death, mother, home, and ask for the first word that came to mind. Most words produced quick, neutral responses, but certain words produced hesitations, longer response times. Physical signs of activation, changes in breathing, in skin conductance, in the pattern of eye movement. The word had struck something. A cluster of associated memories and emotions that was not simply neutral information, but a living emotional charge. The complex around father in some patients was enormous. Activation lasting minutes, physical responses visible to the observer, and afterward an inability to remember what had happened in the moments of maximum activation. This was not deception. The patient genuinely could not remember. The complex had pulled them, briefly, into its gravity. Like a whirlpool in the stream of consciousness, not diverting the stream entirely, but pulling material in, processing it in its own way, returning the person to ordinary consciousness, somewhat disoriented by the experience. At night, the complexes are less contained. The ego's management of them relaxes. And if a complex is sufficiently charged, it will activate even during sleep, producing the specific emotional signature of its content. Grief that seems to arrive from nowhere, anxiety attached to no identifiable source, a dream populated with figures who are not quite the people they represent, but carry unmistakably their emotional weight. The man who wakes at 3 a.m., flooded with a shame he cannot name, is not experiencing a random neurological event. Something has surfaced. A complex has found the open window of the sleeping mind and climbed through. And here is what Jung kept emphasizing. The complex is not the enemy. Robert Johnson, an American analyst who wrote with unusual clarity about Jungian concepts, described complexes as split-off parts of the psyche, not alien intrusions. Pieces of yourself that were developed in response to real experiences and then isolated from the main flow of consciousness because integrating them was, at some point, more painful than containing them. They want, in Johnson's reading, to be recognized, not managed, not suppressed, not analyzed to death, simply acknowledged. The 3 a.m. visitor is not there to hurt you. It is there because it has not been heard. There is something that happens in the third hour of sleep that Jung spent years trying to describe. Something about the relationship between the waking mind and the material that surfaces in that specific hour. The hour the old texts called the wolf hour, when the night is deepest and the ego is at its most distant. We will come back to that. For now, let your breath move. Let the complexes do what they need to do. You do not have to manage them tonight. Nothing you hear in this darkness asks anything of you. Chapter 9. Shadow Activity in the Night. In 1917, Carl Jung first wrote about the shadow in a way that went beyond clinical description. He had been developing the concept for years, had noted in his clinical work that patients consistently dreamed of a figure who was the same sex as themselves, who appeared with great emotional intensity, and who possessed qualities that the patient's waking self either deeply envied or deeply feared. The figure was not a stranger. It was a distorted double, the patient in daylight, the patient in the dream, and between them a gap of everything that hadn't made it into the official version. He called this figure the shadow, not because it was evil, because it was the part that doesn't receive direct light. The shadow is everything the ego refuses to identify with, not only the darkness. Sometimes the shadow contains gold. Jung was clear about this in ways that many subsequent interpreters have not been. The shadow is not the villain in the basement. It is the full range of human possibility that the persona has not incorporated. For a person who identifies strongly with humility, the shadow may contain ambition and power. For a person who identifies with strength, the shadow may contain vulnerability and need. For a person who identifies with rationality, the shadow may contain deep irrationality and creative wildness. None of these shadow elements are pathological in themselves. They became shadow not because they are bad, but because they were incompatible with the persona that formed in a particular social environment, in a particular family, in a particular historical moment. At night, the shadow speaks more freely. The person who is composed and controlled in their waking hours may dream of rage. The person who is conventionally successful may dream of failure and exposure. The person who maintains careful emotional distances may dream of intimacy so urgent it wakes them. These are not wishes in Freud's sense. They are the unconscious's attempt to show the conscious mind what has been excluded from the picture, to complete the image. Marion Woodman, a Canadian analyst who worked extensively with the body's role in psychological life, spent decades studying how shadow material manifests not only in dreams but in physical symptoms, in habitual postures, in the patterns of tension that accumulate in the body over years of maintaining a persona. She found that the body keeps what the mind refuses. The compressed chest of someone who learned early that their emotions were too much for the room, the chronic jaw tension of someone who learned to swallow what they needed to say. The body, she wrote, is the unconscious made visible. Sleep is where the body sometimes releases what it has been holding. You may have experienced this. The unexpected emotion that arrives in sleep, or in the drowsy minutes before it. The dream that leaves behind an atmosphere of feeling that persists into the morning, a residue of something encountered that the waking mind cannot quite identify because it came from a layer the waking mind does not usually visit. The shadow's activity in the night is purposive. It is not randomly generating distress. It is attempting a correction. The psyche is always moving toward a more complete picture of itself. There are two kinds of tiredness, and you may be carrying the second one. The first is physical. The body depleted, the muscles asking for rest, the sleep drive that builds across the day and crests toward midnight. This is normal. This is biological. Sleep resolves it. The second is harder to name. A tiredness not of the body, but of the performing self. The effort of maintaining a particular version of who you are, day after day, year after year, without acknowledgement that the performance is costing something. This tiredness does not resolve with physical rest. It resolves when it resolves, through the kind of internal reorganization that the night, with its shadow visitors, has been trying to facilitate all along. You are permitted to be tired of your own mask. You are permitted, in the privacy of this darkness, to set it down. Let the shadow move. It is not there to frighten you. It is there because it belongs to you. Chapter 10. Why the mind makes symbols. There is a problem with language. It is too fast, too linear, too accustomed to the logical connectives, because therefore nevertheless that impose causality and sequence on experience that is not in itself causal or sequential. The experience of loss does not have a because. It simply arrives with a specific weight, a specific quality of absence, a specific geography in the body. Language does something useful with experience. It makes it communicable. It makes it manageable. It allows the ego to handle grief, say by converting it into a narrative. What happened, what it means, what comes next. But something is also lost in that conversion. Jung believed that symbols are the mind's attempt to hold what language cannot fully handle. A symbol, in his technical vocabulary, is not a sign. A sign has a fixed meaning. The red octagon means stop. The skull means danger. The check mark means complete. Signs are efficient. They reduce ambiguity. A symbol is the opposite. It holds more meaning than any single interpretation can exhaust. It is alive in the sense that it continues to generate meaning as you live with it. The cross, the serpent, the circle, water, fire, the old man on the mountain, the child at the threshold. These do not mean one thing. They mean toward something vast, circling it from multiple angles without arriving at a single definition. The dreaming mind thinks almost exclusively in symbols. This is what makes dream interpretation so resistant to the dictionary approach, the dream book that assigns a specific meaning to each image. The house always represents the self. The water always represents the unconscious. The car always represents how you are moving through life. These correspondences are not wrong. They reflect real patterns in the symbolic vocabulary of the collective unconscious. But they are too fixed to capture the living quality of any individual dream. A house in one person's dream is the house of their childhood, and the emotional charge is specific and personal and cannot be generalized. A house in another person's dream is something else entirely, the same image, a different life. The symbologist and anthropologist Mircea Eliade, working in the mid-20th century, spent his career studying how the same symbols appeared across cultures and time periods without any possibility of cultural transmission. The world tree, the sacred mountain, the descent into the underworld, the heroic journey. He documented these patterns with scholarly precision and asked the question that Jung had also been asking from the psychological side. What does it mean that the human imagination, left to itself, generates the same images regardless of history, culture, or geography? Neither Eliade nor Jung had a fully satisfying answer. What they had was a strong intuition. These images are not invented. They are discovered. They rise from a deep layer of human nature that precedes and persists beneath individual biography. When you dream tonight, you are drawing from this archive. The images may feel personal, and they will be personal, in the sense that your particular life provides the costume, the setting, the specific emotional temperature. But the structure beneath the costume is older than any life. It belongs to the species. This is perhaps why certain dreams carry a quality that ordinary experience does not, a numinosity, to use Jung's word, a weight that ordinary things do not have. The dream that wakes you not with fear but with something harder to name, awe perhaps, or a kind of recognition, the sense of having touched something real. These are not hallucinations. They are encounters with a layer of the self that the daylight mind rarely reaches. The mind makes symbols because experience exceeds the capacity of direct language to hold it, because some things are too large, or too old, or too deep to be adequately contained in a sentence. At night, the sentence structure relaxes. and the image-making begins. Let your breath find its own rhythm. The images that come tonight, whatever they are, belong to you. They are addressed to the person you actually are at this specific moment in this particular life. That is enough. Chapter 11, The Unconscious Never Sleeps. This is a counterintuitive thing to say at this hour. The unconscious never sleeps. What sleeps is consciousness. What sleeps is the ego. What sleeps is the part of you that says, I am awake and managing things. The rest of the psyche, the vast, layered, symbol-generating, pattern-recognizing, memory-processing, emotionally complex rest of it continues ceaselessly, without the interruption of the ego's curating attention. In fact, if anything, the unconscious intensifies its activity in sleep. The electroencephalographic studies that began in earnest in the 1950s mapped what had previously been opaque. The sleeping brain is not resting. It is cycling through states of activity that in some phases, particularly the REM phases, rapid eye movement sleep, which recurs approximately every 90 minutes through the night, show electrical patterns more active than ordinary waking consciousness. Matthew Walker, a British neuroscientist who has spent his career studying sleep function, described this phenomenon with characteristic precision. During REM sleep, the areas of the brain associated with emotional processing, memory consolidation, and associative thinking are running at full power. What is quiet are the areas associated with logical, sequential reasoning, the prefrontal cortex, which governs executive function and self-monitoring. The night removes the editor, and in the editor's absence, the creative and the emotional run free. Jung would have been fascinated by Walker's neuroscience, and he would have found it confirming he did not have brain scans. What he had was 40 years of clinical observation of dreams and their effects, and his conclusion matched what the instruments later found. Sleep is not the suspension of psychological life. It is a transformation of it. The unconscious, freed from the oversight of the ego, undertakes its own work. What is that work? At the most basic neurobiological level, emotional memory processing, the consolidation of learning, the formation of novel associations between previously unrelated elements of experience, the gradual dampening of the emotional charge attached to difficult memories, a process that neuroscientists have observed directly and that corresponds closely to what Jung described clinically as the digestive function of the unconscious. The things that happen today are being processed right now. Their emotional charge is being calibrated. Their narrative placement, where they fit in the larger story of your life, is being quietly negotiated. You wake tomorrow slightly different from the person who lay down, not transformed, not healed, but adjusted. The sharp edge of today's frustration slightly softened. The half-formed connection between something new and something old, the idea that didn't quite arrive while you were awake, sometimes appearing fully formed in the first minutes of morning. At the deeper level Jung was most interested in, the symbolic processing that has nothing directly to do with today's events. The archetypal dreams that connect the individual's current psychological situation to the oldest patterns of the species' inner life. The dreams that come when a person is at a threshold, the ones that don't seem to be about anything in the person's immediate biography, but that carry enormous emotional weight, and that, in retrospect, often mark a turning point. These dreams are the unconscious engaging with the project of individuation, the deep, self-organizing work that the psyche is always undertaking, whether the ego knows about it or not. The unconscious is doing its work right now, in you, as these words move through you. You do not need to help it. You do not need to direct it. You do not need to understand it. You simply need to get out of its way, which is what you are doing here, in this darkness, in this hour. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Let your jaw soften. Let your hands be open or closed, or whatever feels like least resistance. The unconscious never sleeps, and it does not need your permission to work. It has been working since the first moment of your existence, and it will continue until the last. Sleep is simply the hours when the surface is clear enough for you to feel its movement beneath. Chapter 12, What the Ego Cannot Hear Awake. A man in his mid-50s came to Jung with a complaint he could not quite articulate. He was successful, his business flourished, his family was intact. By the visible measures of the world he lived in, Zurich, the early 1920s, a world rebuilding itself after the war, he had done everything correctly. He felt nothing was wrong. He was simply not sleeping. He had not slept well for 2 years. Jung asked him about his dreams. The man described a recurring image, a golden child, alone in a dark forest, calling out. Each time, the man in the dream tried to reach the child, but the ground gave way under his feet, and he woke before he arrived. Jung did not diagnose this. He asked the man what he had loved before the years of building the business. The man was silent for a long time. Then he named it. He had been a gifted draftsman. An artist, or what might have become an artist, if the war and the responsibilities of adulthood and the reasonable decisions of a reasonable life had not intervened. He had stopped drawing at 28. He had not consciously mourned it. He had simply moved on. The golden child in the forest was not a mystery in Jung's reading. It was the unlived, creative life, calling from a distance the ego's success had put between them, not accusingly, just calling. The man began to draw again, not as a profession, as a private practice. Before sleep, as the light failed, he slept within a month. This story, which Jung mentioned in several variations across his published work, illustrates what the ego cannot hear awake. The ego, during the day, is oriented toward function. What works, what is rewarded, what is socially legible. It is superb, this orientation. It can sustain it for decades. But in sustaining it, it loses access to the quieter signals, the unlived life, the abandoned self, the creative or relational or spiritual dimension that was shelved at some practical turning point and has not been heard from since. These signals do not typically arrive as clear thoughts. If they did, the ego would manage them, justify the decision, acknowledge the regret, close the loop with a plan. They arrive as feelings without obvious sources, as a tiredness that rest does not resolve, as dreams of children in forests. James Hillman, the American analyst who developed what he called archetypal psychology, argued that the soul, his word for the deepest layer of the subjective self, speaks primarily in images, symptoms, and weather, not in declarative sentences. The soul does not say, "I miss the life I didn't live." It sends rain. It sends the recurring dream. It sends the inexplicable heaviness that settles on certain evenings without cause. The ego, trained in declarative sentences, often cannot hear these signals. Sleep is where the soul's communication has the best chance of being received. Not because the dreamer will necessarily understand the images, but because they will be felt, and feeling, even when it cannot be named, is a form of knowing. The body knows what the mind has been avoiding. The dream that wakes you with an emotion you cannot account for has done something real. Something has been registered that was not registered before. This is the beginning of change. Not the change you planned, not the project scheduled for next month, the habit to be installed through discipline, but the deeper change, the shift in the inner landscape that precedes any lasting change in the outer one. The ego cannot hear awake what the dream delivers in sleep. This is not a failure of the ego. It is simply the limitation of any center of consciousness that must function efficiently in the world. The price of efficiency is selectivity. And selectivity means certain things do not get through. The night is more permeable. The signal-to-noise ratio shifts. What could not be heard above the noise of the day arrives in the dark with unusual clarity. Let your body remember that you have survived every night before this one, that the dark is not a threat, that the unconscious, whatever it delivers tonight, is addressed to the person you actually are. That person is worth addressing. Chapter 13, Night as Inner Descent. Every culture that has left a record has a story about descent. The hero who goes underground, the god who enters the underworld, the shaman who journeys into the earth to retrieve a soul. The Sumerian goddess Inanna, stripping herself of her royal garments and attributes at each of the 7 gates, arriving in the land below naked of everything she used to be. Persephone, taken down into the cold kingdom, later found to be not entirely unwilling to return there. Orpheus, descending to find what he had lost, nearly succeeding, failing at the last moment because of something that looks very much like human nature. The underground, in every version of these stories, is not only a place of danger, it is also a place of encounter, of retrieval, of meeting something that could not be met in the upper world. Jung spent years with these stories. He was deeply read in comparative mythology, in alchemy, in the Gnostic texts, in the fairy tales of Northern Europe, and the mythological systems of India and China. What he found, consistently, was that the story of descent corresponded to a psychological reality, the necessary encounter with the unconscious. The hero who refuses the descent stays in the comfortable upper world and slowly dries up. The man who never goes underground continues his successful, managed life until the unlived part of him begins to speak in symptoms. The woman who maintains the bright surface personality at all costs finds the shadow building its case in the body, in the marriage, in the hour before sleep. The descent is not optional, it is deferred. And sleep is the nightly version of it. Every night you make a small descent. The persona is hung up at the gate. The executive function powers down. The identity, who you are in the world, what you have built, what you are working toward, temporarily dissolves. And you go down into the body, into the image-making darkness, into the layers of the psyche that never see daylight. Most nights, this descent is quiet. The sleep is good, or adequate, or at least unremembered. The body rests, the processing happens. You come back, but some nights the descent reveals something. A dream of unusual intensity, an emotion without an obvious source, an image that stays with you into the morning, that surfaces again in the middle of an ordinary Tuesday, that refuses to dissolve into the daylight amnesia that usually takes care of these things. These are the nights when the descent has gone somewhere real, not dangerous, not pathological. Real in the sense of having contacted something in the deeper structure of the psyche that needed attention. Something that has been waiting with great patience for the nightly window to open. Erich Neumann, a German-Israeli analyst who was one of Jung's most gifted students, wrote extensively about the relationship between consciousness and what he called the Great Mother, the archetypal image of the unconscious in its containing, receiving, transformative function. Sleep, in his framework, is the return to the maternal darkness, not regression, renewal. The ego sinks back into the undifferentiated ground from which it emerged each morning, is held there for the hours of sleep, and is returned, slightly changed, slightly reorganized, to the light. The ground is not empty, it is full of everything that has ever existed in the psyche, every image, every feeling, every pattern that the species has generated across all of human time. You descend into this fullness every night. You do not need to be afraid of it. It holds you. It has always held you. The billions of human sleepers who came before you made the same descent, were held in the same darkness, returned each morning to find the world still there. Let the descent happen. Let your body be heavy. Let your thoughts lose their edges. Let the narrative of the day, who you are, what you are managing, what comes next, let it soften into something less defined. You are going down. The way is safe. The darkness is not empty. Something is waiting there that belongs to you. Chapter 14, Emotional Healing Through Dreams. The most consistent finding in modern sleep research is not about memory, not about physical restoration, though both of those are real and important. It is about emotion. Sleep changes how you feel about what has happened to you. This finding arrived not through philosophical argument, but through experimental observation. When people are deprived of REM sleep, specifically the dream-rich phase, and then re-exposed to emotionally disturbing material, their emotional reactivity is significantly higher than when they have slept normally. The content of their memories remains intact. The facts are the same, but the emotional charge attached to those facts has not been processed. The wound stays fresh. When REM sleep is allowed, the emotional charge diminishes. Not the memory, the charge. Matthew Walker, interpreting this finding, described REM sleep as a kind of overnight therapy, a neurochemical environment in which memories are replayed without the stress hormones that accompanied the original experience, gradually reducing their power to activate distress. This is remarkably close to what Jung described from a purely clinical perspective, without any access to sleep research. He called it the digestive function of the unconscious. The psyche, he observed, is always working to metabolize experience, to find where new events fit in the larger structure of the personality, to reduce the charge of the unbearable until it can be borne. This is not automatic. It requires the conditions sleep provides. The loosening of the ego's control, the activation of the emotional memory systems, the freedom of the symbol-making process to reorganize material in ways that logic could not. The dream about the argument you had in 1993, the one that still surfaces, the one that still carries the same quality of shame or anger even decades later, is the unconscious still trying to complete that digestive process, still finding the right container for the material, still attempting to reduce a charge that was too high for the night it was first presented. Some things take years. This is not failure. It is the psyche honoring the weight of what happened. Bessel van der Kolk, who spent decades studying what severe trauma does to the nervous system, found that traumatic experience disrupts the ordinary function of the processing systems. The normal digestive loop, experience, dream, reduce charge, integrate, gets stuck. The material returns with full force as if no processing has occurred, because the terror associated with the original experience activates the same survival circuits that prevented processing in the first place. This is the neurological account of the nightmare, the dream that does not digest but returns unchanged to re-traumatize. Jung would have added something van der Kolk's framework leaves implicit. The material is returning because it wants to be received. Not because the psyche is malfunctioning, but because the psyche is trying, persistently and urgently, to accomplish what the terror originally prevented. To move the experience through, to reduce its charge, to find it a place in the larger story. The healing, when it comes from this direction, not from erasing the memory, from changing the relationship to it, from encountering it gradually and at the pace the psyche sets until the charge diminishes and what remains is simply what happened, held in the larger context of a life that continued, that found its way, that arrived at this particular night, in this particular body, still breathing. You do not need to force this. The psyche sets its own schedule. What you can do, what you are doing in this quiet, is create the conditions, the body at rest, the mind not forcing, the darkness that permits the deeper processing to run. Emotional healing is not primarily a waking activity. The decisions and the conversations and the insights of the day contribute. But the integration, the actual metabolizing of what has been encountered, happens largely in the long hours of sleep. Something is being healed in you right now. You do not need to know what it is. You do not need to direct it. Let your breath move. Let the body be heavy. Let the work that doesn't require your conscious attention proceed without it. Chapter 15. The inner critic softens in sleep. There is a voice in most minds that does not stop. You know the one that has an opinion about everything you did today. The one that runs the retrospective just before sleep. That conversation handled well, this one badly, that choice regrettable, this response inadequate. The voice that knows what you should have said, what you should have done, what a better version of yourself would have managed without difficulty. Donald Winnicott, the British psychoanalyst who worked largely with children but whose insights apply with full force to adults, had a formulation for this. He distinguished between the true self and the false self. The false self develops in childhood in response to an environment that could not unconditionally receive the true one. The child learns to present what is welcome and contain what is not. The inner critic in this framework is the internalized voice of all the moments when the true self was told it was too much, not enough, wrong in its instincts, insufficient in its responses. This voice is exhausting, and sleep, for most people, is one of the few places it weakens. Not immediately. The night's entrance is often patrolled by the critic, the review of the day, the anxious inventory. But as sleep deepens, as the prefrontal cortex, the neural home of self-monitoring, progressively disengages, the critical voice loses its source of power. It grows quieter. In the deeper phases of sleep, it is effectively silent. And in that silence, something else is possible. The emotional material that the critic has been managing, the grief it has been organizing into acceptable narrative, the need it has been suppressing as inappropriate, the anger it has been reclassifying as something more dignified, this material has room to surface, without the critic's immediate response. This is part of why some people wake with emotions they cannot account for. The critic was off duty. The material moved, and the morning finds the person at the edge of something they were not consciously approaching. This is not dysfunction. This is the psyche reclaiming territory. Erik Erikson, the German-American developmental psychologist, described what he called the 8 stages of human development, each stage organized around a central tension that needed to be navigated. Trust versus mistrust in infancy, autonomy versus shame in early childhood, and so on across the lifespan. The final stage, which he called integrity versus despair, concerned the elder self's capacity to look back on a life and find it coherent, meaningful, acceptable. Not perfect, not without regret. but, on balance, worth having lived. The inner critic is in part the voice of incompletely resolved tensions from earlier stages. The shame that belonged to the second stage returning at 50. The guilt that belonged to the third stage surfacing in dreams at 60. Old business that the psyche has not finished. Sleep is where the old business gets its nights, where the material that couldn't be processed in the original moment because the child was too young, or the situation too overwhelming, or the response required to simply continue, finds the darkness and the quiet it needed. The inner critic softens not because sleep is escapist, because sleep is integrative. The return to waking is not a return to the same person. It is a return to a slightly more complete one, slightly less defended, slightly more able to meet the day without the same charge attached to the old wounds. Let your jaw soften. Let your hands open if they were closed. The critic will have its opinions again in the morning. It serves a function, but tonight it rests. And what rests with it is the effort of maintaining the story that you are not quite enough. Tonight, for these hours, that story is not required. Chapter 16. The body surrenders first. The body knows before the mind admits. This is the finding of somatic psychology, developed across the latter half of the 20th century by researchers who noticed that the standard psychiatric model, the mind as the primary site of psychological experience, the body as incidental, was missing most of the picture. The body, they found, is not simply a vehicle for the mind. It is a record of experience. It holds what the mind cannot hold. It carries what the psyche cannot consciously bear. Wilhelm Reich, the Austrian psychiatrist who worked in the 1930s, was among the first to systematically study what he called character armor, the chronic patterns of muscular tension that develop in response to emotional suppression. The compressed chest of someone who learned their emotions were not welcome. The rigid spine of someone who learned they must never show weakness. The locked jaw of someone who learned to keep things in. These tensions were not chosen, they were learned. They became habitual so early that they no longer felt like tension, they felt like normal. Reich's clinical work was controversial, and he was eventually discredited for other reasons, but the somatic insight survived him. Bessel van der Kolk returned to it 60 years later with considerably more precision and found that the body does not distinguish at the level of the nervous system between past danger and present danger. The traumatic moment held in the body activates the same survival response as if it were happening now. The heart rate, the muscle tension, the restricted breathing, these are not memories. They are reenactments, and they persist, often into the night. The body that goes to bed carries the day's tension, yes, but also older tension. The tension installed in decades-old moments that the mind has largely processed, has found narrative for, has filed away, but that the body never completed its response to. This is why the person who is intellectually at peace with their childhood can still have their breathing change when a particular tone of voice is used in a particular way. The mind understands. The body has a different memory. Sleep is where the body begins to put this down. Not all at once, not permanently, but incrementally, night after night. The body in sleep has the opportunity to complete the physiological responses that were interrupted, to release the tension that has been chronic so long it forgot it was tension, to restore something closer to its natural resting state. Marion Woodman's clinical observations of this process were specific. She worked for decades with women, and increasingly men, whose bodies were literally carrying the weight of a life lived for the persona rather than the soul. The body, she found, knew the difference. And it communicated the difference in ways that bypassed the mind's management, in illness, in posture, in the specific gravity of how a person occupied their own skin. The body surrenders first in sleep because the body, unlike the mind, does not have an investment in maintaining the story. The body simply responds to the conditions it finds itself in. Horizontal, warm, undisturbed, the conditions of safety. And it begins almost immediately to release. You may have felt this as the sigh that happens as you lie down, as the specific quality of heaviness that settles into the legs, the back, the shoulders, as the jaw unclenching almost without decision. The body has been waiting for this all day. It does not need to be convinced that it is safe. It simply needs the conditions. And in those conditions, it begins the work that the mind often cannot begin, the work of actual physical release. Let your body lead. It knows the way. Let your shoulders be heavy. Let your hands be open. Let your breath find its own rhythm without your management. The body surrenders first, and the mind, when it notices the body's surrender, often follows. Chapter 17, Why Control Feels Safer Than Rest. Control is a brilliant strategy with one serious flaw. It works until the conditions it was designed for no longer apply, and then it keeps running anyway. The child who grew up in an unpredictable environment learned early that vigilance was survival. Watch the room, read the adult faces, know before the storm what the weather is about to do. Stay one step ahead of the sudden change. These skills were not neurotic responses to ordinary life. They were rational adaptations to a situation that genuinely required them. The skills were learned, they became habits. The habits became identity. And the adult who grew up in that unpredictable environment is now lying in a safe bed in a stable house with an alarm set for a morning that is, in all probability, going to be similar to yesterday morning, and the vigilance system is still running. The nervous system did not receive the memo that the original threat is gone, and control, the practice maintenance of awareness, the reluctance to fully let go, the persistent sense that something requires monitoring even in the moments designated for rest, continues to operate not as a problem but as a deeply held solution. The person who cannot fall asleep is not, in most cases, too aroused for biological reasons. They are using wakefulness as strategy. If I stay alert, I can respond to whatever comes. If I stay alert, The thing I am worried about cannot catch me off guard. If I stay alert, I retain some agency over what happens. Sleep requires surrendering this agency entirely. And for the nervous system that learned to equate surrender with danger, this is not simple. Jung did not write extensively about childhood trauma in the terms that contemporary clinicians use. But he wrote about something adjacent: the relationship between the early development of the ego and the defenses it constructs to survive its particular history. He understood that these defenses, however costly, had once been necessary, and he held a clinical position that was important. The defenses are not the enemy. They were once the protection. The work is not to attack them, but to create enough safety that they can relax. Enough safety. This is the phrase that matters. The nervous system relaxes not when it is told it is safe, but when the conditions of safety are sufficiently sustained for the body to gradually, partially believe them. This is what a reliable sleep environment does. Not just physical comfort, though that matters. The repetition of safe conditions. The same darkness. The same quiet. The same slow movement towards sleep, night after night, that allows the vigilant nervous system to begin, slowly, partially, non-linearly, to trust the pattern. It is slow. It requires patience. And it requires something that is hard for the person whose vigilance has served them well. The willingness to let go, not when control has been established, but precisely when it has not. To rest not after the problem is solved, but in the middle of its unsolvedness. This is closer to courage than it looks. The body already knows how to rest. The breath already knows its rhythm. The deep sleep architecture is already programmed and ready. What stands between the exhausted person and the rest they need is often a single function: the monitoring system that has not yet received enough evidence that it can stand down. Nothing you hear in this darkness asks anything of you. The room is quiet. The night is deep. Whatever is unresolved can wait. It will be there in the morning, as solid and addressable as it was today, minus the charge that sleep removes. Let the monitoring stand down. Not because the world is fully safe, but because you are safe enough, here, in this hour, to rest. Chapter 18. Complexes wake after midnight. There is a reason you wake at that specific hour. The mind, left to its own schedule without the alarm and the obligation and the daylight, moves through the night in cycles. Approximately 90 minutes each, though the cycles vary. In the early part of the night, the deeper phases dominate, the slow wave sleep where the body does its most intensive physical restoration. As the night progresses, the REM phases lengthen. By the third and fourth cycles, REM may last 40 minutes or more. It is in these later, longer REM-rich phases that the emotional memory processing is most intense. And it is in these phases that the complexes, those charged emotional constellations Jung identified through the word association experiments, are most likely to surface. The hour itself varies by person and by night. But there is a common experience. The waking at 2 or 3 or 4 a.m. with a specific quality of mind that does not resemble ordinary wakefulness. A quality that is neither the clean alertness of early morning nor the heavy fog of incomplete sleep, but something else, a particular clarity that is also a particular discomfort, as if something has been brought very close to the surface. Something has. The complex, and everyone carries several, is not simply a bad memory or a collection of unhappy associations. It is a partially autonomous system within the psyche. Jung's word for this autonomy was deliberate. Complexes behave as if they have their own intentions. They activate in response to specific triggers. They generate their own emotional weather. They produce physical responses, the elevated heart rate, the tightened chest, the characteristic quality of anxiety that belongs only to this complex and not to others. When the ego is at its most distant, in the deep night, the complex's autonomy is most pronounced. What activates them at this hour is often not a specific trigger from waking life, but something encountered in the dreams of the earlier cycles, an image that corresponds to the emotional material the complex holds, a figure that carries the charge of an old relationship, a situation that maps onto the original wounding event, not exactly, but close enough for the complex's pattern recognition to fire. The person wakes, not from danger, from encounter. The complex has brought something to the surface that the waking mind's defenses had, during the day, managed to keep below. And now, in the third hour, with the ego weakened and the defenses less operative, the material is present in a way that cannot be ignored. This is uncomfortable. It is not, in Jung's framework, unwelcome. James Hollis, an American Jungian analyst whose work over the past 30 years has focused on midlife and the second half of life, writes about what he calls summons, the moments when the psyche presents material that the conscious life has been avoiding. These summons arrive in symptoms, in dream, in the anxiety that wakes you at 3 a.m. without obvious cause. They are not punishments, they are requests. The psyche is asking to complete something, to process something that has been held in suspension, to finish the work that the original wounding moment interrupted. You do not have to do this processing consciously. In fact, trying too hard to analyze what surfaces at 3 a.m. is usually counterproductive. The executive function is not at its best in the third hour, and the kind of understanding that helps with complexes is rarely intellectual. What helps is something simpler: the willingness to be with the material without immediately trying to resolve it, to breathe through the activated state rather than escalating it with analysis, to let the body respond and complete the sigh, the tears if they come, the release of whatever the complex has been holding, and then, often, the return to sleep. Not always. Some nights the complex insists on a longer conversation. Some material is too charged for one night's processing. But the encounter itself, the waking, the presence with the material, the breathing through, is part of the work. The psyche is not malfunctioning when you wake in the third hour. It is, in its way, trying. Let your breath move. Let whatever has surfaced be present without requiring resolution. The night holds more than you think. Chapter 19. The strange logic of symbols. The dream has its own logic. It is not the logic of waking life, sequential, causal, constrained by what is possible in the physical world. In the dream, a house becomes a forest without transition. A parent becomes a stranger who is still somehow the parent. You are in a place you have never been that is completely familiar. Time moves differently or not at all. The waking mind, encountering these properties, often dismisses them as nonsense. Dreams as neural noise, as the brain's maintenance activity producing random images that the waking mind then mistakenly tries to organize into meaning. Jung spent 50 years disagreeing with this dismissal. He was not alone. The phenomenologist Edmund Husserl, working in the early 20th century, argued that every kind of experience has its own structure, its own internal logic that governs how objects and events appear and relate to each other. What Husserl called the phenomenology of mathematics is completely different from the phenomenology of music, which is different again from the phenomenology of grief. Each domain has its own rules. The mistake is to evaluate one domain by the rules of another. The logic of the dream is not inferior to the logic of waking life. It operates by different rules. And the rules, once you begin to recognize them, are consistent. Compression. In the dream, multiple people or situations collapse into single figures. A dream character carries the emotional qualities of 3 or 4 different people from the dreamer's life, all held simultaneously in the same image. This is not confusion. It is the unconscious doing what the waking mind cannot, holding contradictory things in simultaneous view. Displacement. The emotional charge that belongs to one thing is transferred to something else. The dream is not about what it appears to be about. The angry boss in the dream is carrying charge that belongs to the father, or to an aspect of the dreamer's own inner authority, or to both at once. Intensification. What matters in the dream matters enormously. Colors are more saturated. Spaces are more charged. The ordinary objects that appear in dream carry a weight that the same objects in waking life do not. The key on the table, the door that won't open, the figure waiting in the corner, these are not random. They have been selected by the unconscious for reasons the waking mind can sense but not always name. Reversal. What appears in the dream is sometimes the opposite of what it signifies. The dream of being chased may be the dream of the thing that is trying to reach you. The dream of catastrophe may be the dream of something ending that needed to end. These are the operating principles of the unconscious, applied to the production of dream imagery. They are strange only by the standards of the waking mind. By the standards of the unconscious, they are entirely consistent. Joseph Campbell, the American mythologist who spent his career mapping the relationships between mythology, psychology, and dream, called the dream a personal myth. The dreamer, he said, is the hero of their own mythology, moving through the same structural patterns that the great narratives of human civilization have always followed. But in the idiom of their specific life, their specific history, their specific psychic landscape, the quest, the threshold guardian, the descent into darkness, the discovery of something vital in the underworld, the return. These patterns are not imposed on the dream from the outside. They arise from inside because they are the structural patterns of the deep psyche itself. The dream is the myth told from the inside, in the language of images rather than words. You are the narrator of your own mythology. The dream you have tonight is a chapter in a story that began before your birth and will continue after your sleep. Let the story come. Do not force it into the shape of waking sense. The logic of the dream will reveal itself, if you are patient, in the hours and days after it has passed. Chapter 20: Memory without words. There is a kind of memory that has no language. It predates language. It is older than the verbal systems that developed in evolutionary time relatively recently. It lives in the body, in the nervous system, in the deep subcortical structures that govern survival, emotion, and attachment. Procedural memory: how to ride a bicycle, how to play the first 3 bars of a piece of music learned at 12, how to swim. The body knows these things without needing to narrate them. Emotional memory: the felt sense of a room, a smell, a quality of light that carries the emotional atmosphere of a specific past moment without the explicit memory of what happened in it. You open a door and feel inexplicably uneasy. You smell something and are suddenly in a kitchen from 30 years ago, feeling something you had forgotten you felt. Somatic memory: the body's record of experience that bypassed verbal encoding because it happened too fast or too early or under conditions where the verbal reflective systems were not available. Sleep processes all of these. Not primarily through the kind of conscious review that the waking mind undertakes. Through something more like physical repetition, the nervous system replaying patterns of activation, gradually reducing their charge, reorganizing their relationship to the wider matrix of memory and experience. This is why dreams often feel non-verbal even when words appear in them. The emotional texture of the dream is primary. The images are carriers of feeling, not illustrations of thought. When you wake and try to put the dream into words, something is already lost. The body-known quality of it, the specific atmospheric charge that was its essential content. Peter Levine, an American therapist who developed somatic experiencing, a body-based approach to trauma therapy, observed that the organism's natural response to overwhelming experience is to complete the interrupted survival response, the fight or flight or freeze that the moment of danger initiated, but that could not be finished. Because the danger was too sudden, too sustained, or too relational to allow completion. In dream, the body sometimes finds its completion. The dreamer runs in the dream and arrives somewhere. The dreamer fights and wins, or loses, or does something unexpected. The body enacts what could not be enacted in the waking moment. This is one of the reasons that the body sometimes moves in sleep, twitches, the small jerks of the limbs that accompany certain phases. The rapid eye movement itself, which may correspond to the visual field of the dreaming experience. The body is not passively receiving images, it is, in some respects, participating in them. Jung understood this, though the neuroscience that would confirm it did not exist in his time. He trusted the body's participation in the psychological process. He was himself a physically robust man, a craftsman as well as a scholar, someone who built things with his hands, who worked in his garden, who valued the knowledge that comes through physical engagement rather than purely abstract reflection. Memory without words is processed without words, not through analysis, not through the retrospective narrative the waking mind composes, but through the body's own movement, through the emotional material, in dream, in the small physical responses of the sleeping body, in the way the morning sometimes finds the heart lighter than it went to sleep with, without any obvious explanation. The explanation is in the body's economy. Something was exchanged, something was processed, some of what was held has been released. Let your body be as heavy as it wants to be. Let your hands be open. Let the breath move without your supervision. The memory that has no words does not need your words to heal. Chapter 21. The shadow sends messages. The shadow, in its persistent way, finds its method. It cannot speak during the day, not directly. The persona is in charge during the day. The social machinery runs. The edited version of yourself manages the hours. And the shadow, that accumulation of everything that didn't make it into the official version, waits. But it is not idle. It sends its messages through indirect channels. Through the specific quality of the irritation that arises in response to certain people, the people who carry, visibly, the qualities the shadow holds hidden. Through the envy that arrives without permission at someone else's success, the kind of success that corresponds to something your conscious life has not permitted you to pursue. Through the persistent dream figure who refuses to stay dead, who returns night after night, who has a face that is both familiar and wrong. Robert Johnson's slender book, Owning Your Own Shadow, published in 1991, describes the mechanism of projection with clinical clarity. What the shadow contains is not necessarily negative. It may be power, creativity, sexuality, vulnerability, ambition, joy. But because it is shadow, because it has been excluded from the ego's management, the shadow's qualities appear as external rather than internal. The person who projects their shadow aggression sees aggression everywhere except in themselves. The person who projects their shadow tenderness idealizes it in others without recognizing their own capacity for it. At night, projection becomes more complex and more interesting. The shadow figures in dreams are not projections onto others. They are projections onto the inner stage. The threatening stranger, the unknown pursuer, the familiar figure with the wrong face. These are aspects of the dreamer's own psychology appearing in personified form in the theatre of the dream. And what the shadow is saying in its symbolic way is always some version of the same message. I exist. I am part of you. I have been waiting. Whatever you have refused to acknowledge, whatever you have put away or denied or managed into invisibility, I am holding. And I will keep returning in the forms available to me until I am acknowledged. Acknowledging the shadow is not the same as acting from it. This is the misunderstanding that makes people cautious about this work. To acknowledge that you carry anger is not to give the anger permission to do whatever it wants. To acknowledge that you carry desire or ambition or the capacity for cruelty is to bring those elements into relationship with the conscious self, to know them, to have a responsible relationship with them, rather than to deny them until they surface in ways the ego cannot control. The shadow's messages, when received and acknowledged, gradually soften. Not because they go away, because they have been heard, because the exhausting work of keeping them below the surface, which the psyche undertakes automatically at significant energetic cost, can be partially released. The person who begins to know their shadow sleeps differently. Not because they have resolved anything exactly, but because the shadow's urgent need to communicate has been partially met. The messages still come, but they come with less desperation. The dream figure still appears, but with less aggression, or with more ambiguity, or with an expression that suggests a conversation rather than a confrontation. This is the beginning of what Jung called integration, not the elimination of the dark material, the beginning of a relationship with it. Let the shadow send its messages tonight. You do not have to respond. You do not have to understand them immediately. Simply let them come. The shadow is not your enemy. It is the part of you that has not yet been welcomed home. Chapter 22. Overthinking stops, imagery begins. There is a threshold in the descent to sleep where the verbal mind gives up its argument. Not all at once. The process has a shape. The thoughts become less coherent first. They lose their internal logic, begin to connect in ways that would not survive examination in ordinary waking consciousness. A thought about tomorrow's meeting connects suddenly to a memory from childhood that has no visible relationship to meetings. The chain of reasoning breaks, and in the space where the argument used to be, an image appears. This threshold, the psychologists call it the hypnagogic state, from the Greek for to lead into sleep, is one of the stranger and more interesting territories of human experience. Scientists who have studied it in laboratory conditions with electroencephalographic monitoring and verbal reports from subjects at the threshold have found that it occupies a neurological no man's land. Neither the full activation of waking consciousness nor the organized activity of REM sleep. A hybrid state in which certain aspects of both coexist. The phenomenology is consistent across subjects. The thoughts become fragmented. Images appear that are more vivid than ordinary thought and less coherent than ordinary perception. sounds that have no external source. The momentary but total conviction that a sentence just spoken was meaningful, and the complete inability seconds later to reconstruct what it was. Thomas Edison, whose relationship with the hypnagogic state was reportedly productive, is said to have napped with a ball bearing in each hand, seated in a chair, so that when he fell into sleep and his grip relaxed, the balls would drop and wake him, allowing him to retrieve whatever was present at the threshold before it dissolved into deeper sleep. Whether the story is precisely true, the principle it encodes was real to him. The threshold was where the useful strangeness lived. Salvador Dali, according to his own accounts, used a similar technique, sitting in an armchair with a key in his hand over a metal plate. The key falls, the nap ends, the images, which did not obey ordinary logic and were therefore more interesting to him than waking life, were retrieved. The surrealists were, in a way, attempting to do consciously and artistically what the sleeping mind does every night, to suspend the logical censor and permit the image-making faculty to operate without its supervision. For most people, this threshold is experienced as passive, something that happens, not something done. The thinking stops, the images begin. And then sleep arrives, and the images become the more complex, narrative, emotionally charged productions of the dream. But the threshold itself is worth noticing if you are still awake in it. The images at the edge of sleep are not random. They are the first transmissions from the layer beneath the verbal mind. The first dispatches from the symbol-making unconscious as the editorial control relaxes. What arrives there often has a clarity that ordinary thought, burdened by logic and sequence, cannot match. The visual metaphor for something that had been abstract. The image that says in one frame what the thinking had been trying to say in paragraphs. Overthinking stops. Imagery begins. If you are still at the threshold, let it come. Let the images be what they are, strange, vivid, unreliable by the standards of ordinary sense. They are the mind beginning its other work. The verbal mind will return in the morning. For now, let it rest. Chapter 23. The Soul Speaks in Fragments. James Hillman made a distinction that Jung did not quite make in those terms, but that follows from everything Jung said. He distinguished between the ego's way of knowing and the soul's way of knowing. The ego knows through argument and narrative, through the sequence of events that leads from cause to effect, through the explicit recognition of relationships between things. This is the knowledge of the dissertation, the business plan, the psychological theory, useful, important, powerful within its domain. The soul, Hillman's word for the deepest layer of the subjective self, the layer that dreams and desires and feels, the pull of things that cannot be fully explained, knows differently. Through image, through mood, through the thing that catches the light in a certain way and makes you pause without knowing why, through the fragment, the incomplete sentence, the partial image. The soul does not argue, it presents. And because it presents rather than argues, its communications are easily missed in the daylight hours when the ego is running efficiently and the argument is what matters. But at night, the efficiency drops. The argument loses steam, and the soul's way of knowing, the fragment, the image, the mood, the pull, has room to be felt. This is why poetry has always been associated with the night. The poets who wrote at night were not merely working at unusual hours. They were working in the register that the night opened, the register in which the fragment was more honest than the complete sentence, the image more precise than the explanation, the thing half seen more real than the thing fully illuminated. Rilke, writing in the early 20th century, described receiving his Duino elegies, which took him 10 years to complete, in fragments and bursts, often in the liminal hours, in states that were not ordinary consciousness. The first lines came to him in a storm on a cliff above the Adriatic Sea in 1912. He heard them rather than composed them. They arrived. He did not claim mystical inspiration in the supernatural sense. He claimed something more precise and more interesting, that the creative intelligence that produces great poetry operates at a depth that ordinary consciousness cannot manufacture by will. It can be prepared for. It can be received when it comes. It cannot be forced. Sleep is a long preparation. The soul, processing in the dream hours, sends fragments to the waking mind as it emerges from sleep. The image that is already fading, the residue of feeling, the half-sentence that was complete in the dream and cannot be reconstructed in waking language, these fragments are not noise, they are dispatches. The challenge is not to make them more coherent. The coherence of the waking mind will damage them rather than clarify them. The challenge is to receive them, to note the image, the mood, the fragment, before the daytime machinery starts up and sweeps them into the efficiency of the day. Keeping a notebook on the bedside table is not an intellectual practice. It is a receiving practice. The note taken in the first minutes of waking is not an attempt to analyze the dream. It is the acknowledgement that the soul has sent something, that the sending has been noticed. Jung himself kept detailed dream journals throughout his life, not because he analyzed every dream, because he wanted to show the unconscious that he was listening. He believed, and his clinical experience bore this out, that the unconscious responds to attention, that the soul sends more when its dispatches are received. Your soul has been sending dispatches your whole life. Some of them you caught. Most dissolved before the morning, erased them. But they were sent. The soul spoke in its fragmentary way in the hours you were most able to receive. Tonight it continues. Let the fragments come. They are addressed to you. Chapter 24. Dreams correct the ego. The dream, in Jung's framework, is not simply a mirror of the day. It is a correction. The day has been running in a particular direction. The ego has been telling a particular story about you. Perhaps the story of competence, of control, of not needing anything you haven't been getting. Perhaps the story of unworthiness, of persistent failure, of being less than what is required. These stories have their own momentum. The ego, once committed to a narrative, is reluctant to revise it. The dream is under no such constraint. It does not share the ego's investment in the story. It presents instead what the story has been leaving out. The dreams of the secretly grandiose person tend toward humiliation and exposure. The dreams of the person organized around shame tend toward unexpected power and capability. The dreams of the person who has maintained a posture of invulnerability tend toward images of need, of reaching, of wanting something that cannot be obtained alone. This is the compensatory function that von Franz and Jung both described. The psyche's ceaseless effort to restore a balance the ego has disrupted. The balance is not perfect equilibrium. It is not that every excess in the waking life produces an equal and opposite dream. The compensation is more intelligent than simple inversion. It presents what the personality needs in order to develop in the form the dreaming mind can produce. Anthony Storr, the British psychiatrist who wrote with unusual accessibility about Jung's thought, described the compensatory function as the psyche's immune system. Just as the body's immune system identifies deviations from its proper functioning and attempts to correct them, the unconscious identifies the ego's deviations from psychological health and produces corrective material in the form of dream imagery and emotion. This immune system is always running. You do not have to ask it to. You do not have to set an intention before sleep. The correction happens automatically, in the background, in the hours you are not supervising the process. What you can do is make yourself more receptive to the correction. Receptivity in this context means a particular kind of humility. The willingness to consider that the dream might know something the waking mind does not. The willingness to sit with the image that contradicts the daytime story rather than immediately dismissing it as absurd. The man who dreams of failure at the height of his success is not being told he will fail. He is being shown what he has been refusing to acknowledge: the vulnerability, the uncertainty, the possibility of loss that the ego's story of success has been managing out of view. The acknowledgement does not produce failure. It produces a more honest, more complete, and ultimately more sustainable version of the self. The correction the dream offers is, in the deepest sense, a gift. Unwelcome often. Strange in its form. Requiring a kind of willingness to be revised that the ego finds uncomfortable, but a gift. Because the ego that accepts correction grows. The ego that refuses it, that insists on the story at the expense of the material the unconscious is providing, grows rigid. And rigidity, in the psychological as in the physical domain, is the precursor to brittleness, and brittleness to fracture. Your dreams have been trying to help you for as long as you have had them. The correction is not a criticism, it is a completion. Let the night bring what it brings. Let the images that contradict your daytime story arrive without your defense. The dream knows something. It has always known something. Chapter 25. The self behind the dreamer. There is a dreamer, and there is the self that watches the dreamer. This distinction is one of Jung's most subtle and most important. The ego, which we have been discussing throughout this night, is the center of consciousness. But the ego, Jung argued, is not the center of the total psyche, it is the center of the conscious part. A very important center, but not the whole. The center of the whole psyche, the coordinating principle that organizes all of the material, conscious and unconscious, into something that functions as an integrated person. This center Jung called the self, capitalized to distinguish it from the ordinary colloquial self. The self is not a thing you find by searching for it. It is the organizing principle that was there before the ego developed, that continues to operate in the background of psychological life regardless of what the ego does, and that the great spiritual traditions of the world have been pointing toward under different names for as long as those traditions have existed. The Atman of the Hindu tradition, the Buddha nature of Zen, the spark of divine light in the Sufi understanding, the Imago Dei in Christian theology. These are not identical concepts, but they point in Jung's reading toward the same psychological reality, a center within the person that is larger than the ego, more comprehensive, more whole. And in sleep, the ego's temporary dissolution allows something of the self's perspective to be felt. This is why certain dreams have that quality of authority. The dream that seems to come from outside the dreamer, that presents something with a weight and clarity that the dreamer's ordinary nighttime productions do not have. The figure in the dream who speaks with a wisdom the dreamer does not consciously possess. The image that arrives with the specific feeling of something received rather than invented. Jung called these big dreams to distinguish them from the ordinary dreams that process the events of daily life. Big dreams arise from the deeper layers, from the collective unconscious and its archetypal patterns, and they often coincide with significant transitions, psychological turning points, life changes, the threshold moments where the existing ego configuration is no longer adequate to what the life requires. Not every night produces a big dream. Many nights are quiet in this sense. The processing is ordinary, the material is personal, the images are drawn from recent experience. But across a lifetime, the big dreams leave their mark. The dream that changed something. The dream you still remember decades later. The dream that arrived at a crossroads and presented, in image, something the waking mind could not have produced through reasoning. These are transmissions from the self, not instructions, not commands. The self does not operate in the register of the ego's decision-making. It speaks in images, in symbolic dramas, in the particular emotional atmosphere of certain dreams that signals this matters, this is worth attending to. The self behind the dreamer has been there since before you had a name. It will be there when the name no longer matters. Tonight, in this quiet, it is not your enemy or your judge or your audience. It is simply what you are beneath everything you have built yourself to be. Let your breath move. Let your body be heavy. The self does not require your conscious participation. It has been organizing the whole of your psychological life, largely without your knowledge, for as long as you have existed. It continues tonight. Chapter 26. Why night feels more honest. People who write about their night minds often use the word honest. Not that the day is dishonest. The day is managed. The day is curated. The day is presented to the world, to the self, in a way that makes it possible to function, to be seen, to hold the various roles that a life in the world requires. The night is not presented. There is no audience, or almost none. There is no role to maintain. There is no social feedback loop providing the continuous adjustment that daytime identity requires. And in the absence of all that management, something emerges that feels less edited, less performed, more continuous with whatever is actually happening in the interior of a person's experience. This is why the hour before sleep often brings thoughts and feelings that the day successfully contained. The grief that was bracketed for the sake of getting through Wednesday. The longing that was too complicated to think about in the middle of the afternoon. The question about the shape of the life that was deferred, again, because there was something more urgent, there was always something more urgent. At night, there is nothing more urgent, and the deferred material arrives. Heidegger, the German philosopher whose difficult but genuinely important work on the nature of existence Jung respected without fully endorsing, wrote about what he called angst in a way that is relevant here. Not anxiety in the clinical sense, but a fundamental mood of the human being that arises when the ordinary distractions of the world temporarily lift. A mood in which the finitude of existence becomes briefly, quietly, undeniably present. This is not a pathological state. It is, in Heidegger's view, one of the few conditions in which the human being confronts their own existence honestly, without the distraction of the everyday, without the social machinery that usually keeps the largest questions at a bearable distance. The night is one of the regular occasions for this mood, not every night and not for everyone with the same intensity. But the particular quality of the night mind, less defended, less distracted, less curated, does produce a kind of clarity that the day rarely offers. The clarity is not always comfortable. Sometimes it brings the thought that has been avoided most successfully, the thing you don't want to know, the question you don't want to ask, the feeling you have been too busy to feel. But the discomfort of honest encounter, the brief, quiet dread of looking at something without the day's filters in place, is different from pathological anxiety. It is the discomfort of truth rather than the discomfort of unprocessed fear. And truth, even uncomfortable truth, tends to be more restful than the effort of avoiding it. The night's honesty is a gift, even when it doesn't feel like one. It brings forward what needs to be known. It removes, temporarily, the elaborate machinery of self-management. It offers the strange relief of not needing to be anything other than what you actually are, here, in this dark breathing. You do not need to resolve anything tonight, but you are permitted to know it. Let the honesty be present. Let the night say what it says. The morning will return with its management. The night, while it lasts, offers something the day cannot. Chapter 27. Trauma returns as symbolic drama. There is a quality of certain nightmares that distinguishes them from ordinary difficult dreams. The ordinary difficult dream has a narrative that ends, however badly. The monster chases and the dreamer escapes, or does not, but the scene completes. The ordinary difficult dream, however unpleasant, has the structure of an experience that moves through. The nightmare of traumatic material does not complete. It returns. The scene replays with the same emotional charge it had on the first occurrence. The terror or the shame or the helplessness arrives as fresh as it was in the original moment. Nothing has diminished. Nothing has been processed. This repetition without completion is one of the clinical markers for unresolved traumatic material. Pierre Janet, the French psychiatrist working at the Salpêtrière Hospital in Paris in the late 19th century, was among the first to describe it systematically. He observed that patients who had experienced overwhelming events described them differently from patients who had experienced difficult but non-overwhelming events. The ordinary difficult memories were narrativized, placed in sequence, given context, available for reflection. The traumatic memories were not memories in the ordinary sense. They were intrusions, present tense experiences of something that had happened in the past. The same material that produces the daytime intrusion produces the nightmare. The nervous system has not yet been able to complete the processing loop that would reduce the charge and file the experience as memory rather than as ongoing emergency. Jung's framework adds something to this picture. In his understanding, the traumatic material does not simply replay, it also transforms. The psyche, even in the presence of material it cannot fully process, is always attempting to find symbolic containers for it, images that can hold the emotional weight without simply replicating the original horror. This is the symbolic drama of certain nightmares. Not the direct replay, but the displaced, transformed version. The specific terror is present, but wearing different clothes. The situation is different, but the emotional structure is identical. The dreaming mind is trying to find a form in which the material can be approached less directly, with some distance, with the possibility of an ending that the original moment did not have. This is not always successful. The symbol breaks down. The dream collapses back into the direct replay. The dreamer wakes in the same activated state as the original moment. But the attempt itself is evidence of the psyche's ceaseless orientation toward healing. The unconscious does not give up on its unfinished business. It keeps returning, keeps trying new containers, keeps presenting the material in hopes that this time the consciousness will be ready to receive what it could not receive before. This is a different way to understand the recurring nightmare. Not as evidence that something is broken, as evidence that something is persistently trying to heal. Peter Levine's somatic experiencing work, developed over decades of treating trauma, confirms something that Jung intuited clinically. The organism wants to complete the interrupted survival response, wants to find the ending that the original moment could not provide. The nightmare in this light is the organism's determined effort to reach that ending through whatever form of processing is available in sleep. If this is your night, if the difficult material visits, you are not failing at sleep. You are in the presence of something that is still working toward completion. The body knows how to do this, given time and sufficient safety. Breathe. You are here. The original moment is past. Chapter 28. What repeats in the dream world. There is a question worth sitting with at this hour. Not to answer, to hold. What returns to you in dream? Not the single vivid dream you can remember from last week, but the ones that return, the scenarios that your sleeping mind has visited more than once. The figures that appear with a familiarity that suggests they have been in your inner theatre for years. The emotional atmospheres that recur, the specific quality of dread or grief, or the particular longing that attaches to certain dream landscapes. These are not accidents. The repetition, in Jung's framework, is information. The unconscious returns to the same material because the material has not yet been received, because the compensation is still in progress, because the complex that generates these images has not yet been integrated into the conscious personality. The recurring dream is the soul's most persistent message, and the range of what recurs is itself revealing. The taxonomy of common recurring dream themes. Unprepared for the exam, unable to run or call out, the house with rooms you did not know existed, the figure who will not speak, the landscape that changes without transition. These are not random neurological noise. They are the universal symbols of the collective unconscious, finding expression through the particular experience of the individual dreamer. The exam unprepared for, the evaluation that life feels like, the fear of being found out as inadequate, the performance anxiety that does not resolve with achievement, the house with unknown rooms, the self that has not been fully explored, the life that contains more than the conscious version of it has been able to inhabit. The inability to run or speak, the moment when action is required but the usual mechanisms fail. Helplessness in the presence of something that matters. The figure who will not speak. The shadow, the anima or animus, the part of the self that has been excluded from the conversation. Waiting. Edward Edinger wrote that the recurring dream is the psyche's way of marking the unfinished business of individuation. The dream returns because the work it points to has not yet been undertaken, not as punishment, as compass. The dream is orienting the dreamer toward what requires attention. This is not a burden, it is a navigation system. If you have a recurring dream, it knows something about where the next movement of your inner life needs to go, not necessarily in a literal or even a specific way, but in the direction of the feeling. The emotional territory the dream keeps entering is the territory the psyche wants to visit, consciously, in some form. Some people begin to recognize their recurring dreams as old friends, unwelcome, sometimes, but persistent in the way that only important things are persistent. What returns to you is worth knowing. You do not need to solve it tonight, but it is worth noticing that it returns. Let the familiar images come, if they come. Let them be what they are. The repetition is patience. The psyche has been patient with you for a very long time. Chapter 29. Mental Health and Nightly Compensation. The most striking thing about the model of psychological health that Jung developed is that it is not a model of absence. Psychological health, in the dominant clinical tradition, has often been defined negatively: the absence of symptoms, the absence of dysfunction, the absence of distress that interferes with daily life. A person is healthy, by this definition, when nothing is particularly wrong. Jung's model is positive. Health is the presence of something, specifically the ongoing relationship between the conscious personality and the unconscious, the flow of material between them, the willingness of the ego to receive what the unconscious offers, and the capacity of the unconscious to respond to the ego's engagement. Health in this model is not stability, it is dynamic. It is the continuous process of integration, the gradual, lifelong, never-complete movement toward a more whole version of oneself. And the nightly compensation is the mechanism. Every night, the unconscious assesses the current configuration of the personality and offers what is needed. If the ego has been too rigid, the dream loosens. If the ego has been too passive, the dream activates. If the ego has been maintaining a false confidence, the dream humbles. If the ego has been too self-critical, the dream affirms. The compensation is not always immediately legible, but it is always purposive. It is always moving in a direction. John Beebe, an American analyst who has spent decades studying the intersection of Jungian typology and psychological health, describes the unconscious as the psyche's corrective intelligence, not an external intelligence, the intelligence of the whole self, addressing itself to the partial self that runs the daylight hours. This means that mental health is not something achieved and held, it is something that requires the continuing cooperation of the conscious mind with what the unconscious brings. The person who dismisses their dreams entirely, who treats sleep as simply biological maintenance, ignores what comes from it, and returns each morning to exactly the same configuration as the night before, is not taking advantage of the nightly gift of compensation. The dreams come anyway. The compensation is offered anyway. But without any receptivity, the material that was offered eventually finds other channels, symptoms, moods, the slow drift of the personality into positions that become increasingly difficult to sustain. The person who maintains some relationship with their night mind, not necessarily through formal dream analysis, but through some simple practice of noticing, of sitting briefly with what the morning brings, of treating the emotional residue of sleep as worthy of attention, that person has access to a continuous source of corrective information that the purely daylight-oriented person does not. You do not need to become a Jungian analyst to benefit from this. You need only a degree of attention. A few minutes in the morning, before the day asserts its urgency, to notice what the night has brought, to acknowledge the image, the mood, the fragment. The unconscious responds to attention, not to analysis, to simple acknowledgement. Tonight, something is being offered to you. The nightly compensation is running. The corrective intelligence of the deeper self is at work. You are part of a process larger than the part of you that worries and plans and tries to get it right. Rest in that. Chapter 30. The ego dies in stages. We have been circling this idea, and it is time to name it directly. The ego dies every night. Not permanently, not completely. The ego reconstitutes itself in the morning with a continuity that makes the person feel essentially the same person they were the night before. But the continuity is in part constructed. The reconstruction requires effort, the process of waking, of remembering the biographical thread, of re-inhabiting the identity, the role, the ongoing narrative. The effort is so automatic that most people do not notice it. But in the first minutes of waking, before the reconstruction is complete, there is sometimes a moment of pure experience before the label, before the "I am the person who" reasserts itself. A moment of bare awareness without content before the content arrives. Tibetan Buddhist psychology, which Jung engaged with seriously and which he found to contain profound psychological insights despite its different frame, describes sleep as a nightly rehearsal for death. The dissolution of the ego in sleep corresponds, in this framework, to what happens at the moment of death. The consciousness released from its ordinary container, moving through states that correspond, in modified form, to the bardos described in the Bardo Todol, the Tibetan Book of the Dead. Jung wrote a foreword to an early Western translation of that text. He found in it not a description of afterlife in the literal sense, but a precise phenomenological map of the psyche's experience when the ego dissolves, whether in sleep, in deep meditative states, in psychedelic experience, or in the final dissolution of death. The map is useful not because it tells us what happens after death, but because it takes seriously the experience of ego dissolution as a real psychological event with real psychological consequences. The death the ego undergoes each night is not a catastrophe. It is renewal. The ego that reconstitutes in the morning is not identical to the one that dissolved the night before. It has been processed, corrected, slightly adjusted by the material the night has introduced. The self-image has been incrementally updated by the dream's honest mirror. Over years, this adds up. The person at 60 who has been in some kind of relationship with their night mind, who has taken the dreams seriously, who has allowed the nightly correction to do its work, is a different kind of person from the one who has been aggressively maintaining the same daytime configuration for decades, treating sleep as simply biological maintenance, ignoring everything the night offers. The former has aged in the direction of wholeness, the latter in the direction of rigidity. The nightly death of the ego is the mechanism of psychological development. This is not a comfortable idea, particularly for those who have built their identity carefully and with great effort. The ego resists its own dissolution. This is why sleep can be difficult, not because the body is unwilling, but because the ego's monitoring function continues to run, reluctant to surrender the post. But the surrender, once made, is not a loss. The ego that lets itself dissolve each night wakes with more of itself than it went to sleep with. Let your hold on the day relax. Let the identity soften. Let the narrative of who you are and what you are managing and what comes next, let it loosen, not into nothing, but into the larger whole that has always contained it. The ego dies in stages. You are in the first stage now. Chapter 31. Sleep as a ritual of surrender. Every culture that has found a way to name the experience has found a version of the same word: surrender. Not defeat, not passivity, not the abandonment of will, but the specific act of releasing, deliberately and with some awareness, the grip that effort has maintained on the shape of experience. The practitioner who sits in meditation and allows the thoughts to pass without grasping. The athlete who trains for months and then, in competition, stops trying and lets the body do what it has learned. The parent who reaches the limit of what they can manage and, in the moment of recognizing that limit, feels something unexpected, not failure, but release. Surrender is the gesture at the heart of sleep. And like the other forms of surrender it resembles, it cannot be forced. The harder you try to fall asleep, the further sleep retreats. The more deliberately you relax, the more the effort of deliberate relaxing keeps you awake. The direct approach fails. Sleep requires the oblique one. The rituals that support sleep in every culture, across all of human history, are rituals of oblique approach, creating conditions rather than producing results. Darkness, warmth, the reduction of stimulation, the settling of the body, the regular hour that trains the nervous system to recognize what is coming. These do not produce sleep directly. They create the conditions in which sleep can arrive when the system is ready. Jung spoke of ritual in a specific sense, not as superstition, but as the embodied practice of connecting the conscious personality to the deeper layers of the psyche. The purpose of ritual, in his framework, is to create conditions in which the ordinary management of consciousness can be temporarily suspended, in which something other than the ego's agenda can be present. Sleep is the most democratic ritual in this sense, available to everyone, required by everyone, embedded in the biological cycle that no one can permanently override. And in it, each night, something is enacted that the great religious traditions have always pointed toward: the voluntary relinquishment of the self as a controlled, managing entity. The trust, even if it does not feel like trust, even if it is simply exhaustion, that what lies beneath the managed self is not a void, that it is, in fact, home. The ritual of sleep is the nightly return home, to the body, to the darkness, to the layers of the psyche that the waking hours keep at bay. to the part of you that preceded the persona and will survive its dissolution. The surrender required is not heroic. It is not transcendent. It is simply the willingness to stop holding so tightly to the version of yourself that has been running all day. To let the hands open, the breath deepen, the narrative of who you are and what you are managing. To let it soften into something less defined, less insistent, more like weather than like architecture. In that softening, the ritual enacts something true, that you are not only the ego, that the day's version of you is not the whole of you, that beneath the persona, the complexes, the open loops, the unresolved items, beneath all of that, something remains. Something that is not tired. Something that does not require management. The ritual of surrender is already happening. It began when you lay down. It has been deepening throughout this long night. Let it continue. Chapter 32. The Fear of Losing Identity. It is 1912. Carl Jung sits in his study. Freud's letters have stopped arriving with the old warmth. Something is ending that he had not expected to end. He has spent years building himself around a particular identity, the heir to Freud's intellectual project, the designated future of psychoanalysis. And now that identity is dissolving. He does not know yet what comes after. He writes in his diary that he feels as though the ground has given way. Not specifically the intellectual ground. The ideas he is beginning to develop are stronger, he senses, than the ones he is leaving behind. But the identity ground. The sense of knowing who he is and where he stands and what he is doing with his life. The fear of losing identity is one of the deepest fears the human ego carries, because the ego is identity. It is precisely the sense of being a continuous, coherent self, the same person who woke up yesterday and the day before, who has a history, who has commitments, who is recognized by name and recognizes themselves in the mirror. To lose that sense, even temporarily, even nightly, even in the safe dissolution of sleep, the ego experiences this, in part as the threat it would be if the dissolution were permanent. This is why sleep can be difficult for people at identity transitions. The person whose marriage is ending, the person who has retired and does not know who they are without the job title, the person who has lost someone around whom their identity was organized. These people often cannot sleep, or sleep poorly, at exactly the moments when sleep is most needed, because sleep requires releasing the grip on an identity that is already feeling precarious. And the very dissolution that sleep offers, the nightly return to the undifferentiated ground beneath the persona, the ego's temporary dissolution, feels from within the fear like the confirmation of the threat, like practice for the permanent loss. Jung's response to this in his own crisis of 1912 was not reassurance. He did not tell himself the identity would reconstitute. He did something more interesting. He leaned into the dissolution. He began to actively explore the states in which the ordinary identity was absent, to befriend the darkness. To treat the dissolution not as the loss of the self, but as the encounter with the deeper self that the ordinary identity was, paradoxically, obscuring. He called this active imagination, the practice of deliberately entering the liminal states and engaging with what was found there. Not everyone can do this, and not everyone needs to, but the insight his practice generated is available to anyone. The identity you fear losing is not the whole of you. It is the current configuration of the ego, useful, valuable, yours, and genuinely important, but not the totality. What lies beneath the current configuration, waiting patiently through every dissolution, every transition, every night, that is more than the current identity. More comprehensive, more durable, more essentially you, in the sense of being the ground from which all the various identities have arisen and to which they return. The fear of losing identity is real. Let it be real, but let it also be held in the context of everything that persists when identity temporarily dissolves. Your body is breathing, that persists. Something notices the breathing, that persists. The night holds you. It has always held you. The dissolution is not the loss of yourself, it is the return to yourself beneath the version you have been maintaining with such effort. Let the effort rest. Chapter 33. Archetypes enter after darkness. There are figures that do not belong to any individual biography. They arise in dreams. They appear in the myths of cultures that have had no contact with each other. They surface in the artistic productions of children before those children have been taught any mythology. They populate the spontaneous imagery of psychotic episodes in people who have never encountered the cultural material that contains them. These are the archetypes. Jung was not the first to notice their existence. The concept of innate ideas, a priori structures of the mind that precede individual experience, had a long philosophical history. In Plato's forms, in Kant's categories of experience, in the Platonic strains of Christian theology. What Jung contributed was a specific psychological account of how these structures operate and how they become visible. The archetype, in Jung's technical vocabulary, is not an image. It is the propensity to generate a certain type of image in response to a certain type of situation. The mother archetype is not the image of a specific mother. It is the pattern that produces, across cultures and individuals, images of nurturing, containment, origin, the source of life, the earth, the ocean, the great darkness from which things emerge. The pattern is older than any of its instantiations. It is part of the inherited structure of the human psyche, encoded not in individual memory, but in something like biological memory, the deep structure of the nervous system that the species has developed across enormous stretches of time. At night, the archetypes are more accessible. Not because they sleep during the day, but because the structures that normally manage them, the ego, the persona, the rational apparatus of the waking mind, are less operational. The daytime mind interacts with the world through its immediate concerns. The archetypes operate at a different scale, the scale of the species, of deep time, of the fundamental situations of human existence, and the daytime mind, busy with its particular concerns, rarely has room for them. In sleep, the scale changes. The immediate concerns recede. The biological clock turns toward the ancestral. And in the images of the dream, the patterns that have organized human experience since the first human minds capable of symbol-making emerged begin to move. This is the dream that feels important in a way that transcends the personal, the figure with the specific quality of authority that no personal relationship has had, the landscape that is simultaneously familiar and impossible, the situation that corresponds to no event in the dreamer's biography but carries the weight of something archetypal, something encountered not once in a life but 10,000 times in the life of the species. These dreams are gifts from a depth the conscious mind cannot manufacture. They come from the oldest layer of what we are. Edward Edinger, writing about the psychology of the self in 1972, described archetypal dreams as the unconscious presenting its own mythology to the individual. Not a mythology borrowed from any specific culture, though it may wear the clothing of the dreamer's cultural background. A mythology generated fresh from the deep structure of the psyche, addressed to the specific developmental moment of this person at this time. The archetype that enters after darkness is bringing something that has been gathered across longer time than any individual life. Receiving it does not require interpretation. It requires, again, that patient attention, the willingness to feel the weight of something that is larger than personal. Let it come, whatever shape it takes. You are not the first to receive this visitor. You will not be the last. Chapter 34. The Child Within the Dream. In the dream, there is often a child. Not always, not in every dream, not every night, but the child appears with a regularity that Jung noticed, documented, and eventually gave a specific theoretical account of. The divine child archetype, one of the most consistent figures in the mythology of every culture Jung studied. The child born in unusual circumstances, often threatened, often hidden, often discovered only by those who have eyes to see. The child who contains, in the mythological rendering, the seed of something new, the future possibility that has not yet been actualized, the promise that the current situation, however unpromising, is not the final word. In the personal psychology of the individual, the child who appears in dream often carries a similar significance. Marie-Louise von Franz, who wrote specifically and at length about the child archetype, described it as the psyche's image of its own becoming. The child in the dream is not necessarily the literal child you were. It is the part of the psyche that remains capable of change, of growth, of encountering the world with the openness that habitual adult patterns have reduced. The child who is lost in the dream needs to be found. The child who is in danger needs to be protected. The child who is crying needs to be heard. These are not instructions for literal action. They are the psyche indicating where its growth potential is located and what conditions need to change for that potential to be actualized. Donald Winnicott, whose work on the true self and false self we touched on earlier, understood the relationship between the genuine self and what he called the capacity for play. For Winnicott, the ability to play, to engage with experience with the specific quality of absorption and delight and non-purposiveness that characterizes genuine play, was both a sign of psychological health and precondition for creativity, intimacy, and aliveness in the deepest sense. The false self, the persona, the managed social personality, these do not play. They perform, they produce, they manage, they maintain. All, the true self, the self that corresponds in some way to the inner child of the dream, plays, engages, responds, creates without an audience. And the child who appears in the dream may be the dream's way of pointing toward this capacity, toward the part of the self that was present before the persona was constructed, that exists beneath it still, that has been waiting with the patience that only something essential can sustain. The man in his 50s who dreams of a golden child in a dark forest is being shown something about himself, not about his childhood exactly. About the creative or relational or spiritual possibility that the decades of competent, responsible, persona-maintaining adulthood have left out of the frame. The child is not gone. It is in the forest. It is calling. You do not need to know tonight what the call is asking for. You simply need to know that the part of you that can still be genuinely surprised, genuinely delighted, genuinely present to experience without the management apparatus running, that part is still there. It is waiting in the dream. It is waiting in this dark. Let your body be young for these minutes. Let whatever has to be maintained tomorrow rest. Chapter 35. The wise old voice appears. In the second half of life, a different figure begins to appear in dreams. Jung noticed this in his clinical work and in his own dreams. In the first half of life, the dream tends to populate itself with peers, with rivals, with the figures of power and desire and competition that organize the energies of the developing ego. The dreams have the urgency of ambition, of striving, of self-definition. In the second half, the energy changes. The dreams become quieter. The figures that arrive more often carry a different quality, not competitive, but instructive, not urgent, but patient. The figure of the elder, the guide, the person who has been through something and returned to offer what was learned. Jung called this archetype the wise old man, or, in its feminine form, the wise old woman. He was careful not to sentimentalize it. The archetypal elder in dreams is not always benign. It can be severe, it can challenge, it can present something the dreamer would rather not face. But it carries in its appearance a quality that the younger dream figures do not, the sense of perspective that only time provides, the view from sufficient distance to see the pattern. The patience that has learned it cannot be rushed. Clarissa Pinkola Estes, whose work on the deep feminine archetype spent much of its time with the figures that inhabit the second half of life, described the wise old woman as La Llorona de la Noche, the weeping woman of the night, the one who holds both grief and wisdom without separating them. Not the elder who has moved beyond feeling, but the one who has felt so much that the feeling has deepened into a different kind of knowing. This is the voice that appears in the later dreams, that appears sometimes in the voice of a narrative heard in the quiet hours of a long night. Not instructive in the didactic sense, not offering solutions or directives, offering, instead, perspective. The view from a point in time that you have not yet reached, but that exists, and from which the current difficulty looks different. Smaller in some ways, larger in others, but always more bearable. If you are in the second half of your life, and if you are listening to this in the late hours of a night when something is weighing on you, there is something that would like to meet you in this darkness. Not as a supernatural presence, as an internal resource, a capacity for perspective that your own accumulated experience has developed, whether or not you have been consciously aware of developing it. You have been through things. You have learned from things, even the things you did not enjoy learning from. You have a longer view than you did at 30. That longer view is itself a form of wisdom, not complete, not infallible, but real. Let it be present. Let the part of you that has seen enough to know that nights end, that the difficult thing is usually more survivable than it appears at 3 a.m., that the morning brings a perspective the night cannot provide, let that voice be quiet company. The wise elder does not need to speak loudly. It speaks in the weight of accumulated experience, in the warmth of the recognition that you have survived before, in the patience of something that knows time is on the side of the person who can simply wait. You are still here. That means something. Chapter 36. Why the unlived life visits at night. The unlived life is a concept Jung returned to throughout his career without giving it a single definitive formulation. Its meaning is clear enough in practice. The road not taken, the possibility not pursued, the self not become. The life that was possible and is no longer, or that is still possible but has not been claimed, and whose unclaimed quality creates a specific kind of weight that is neither regret nor grief exactly, but something that contains elements of both. The unlived life visits at night because the day is too full of the lived one to hear it. The day has its structure, its obligations, its demands, its small satisfactions, and its manageable dissatisfactions. The day is busy with being whoever you have become. And the unlived life, the version of yourself that was possible, the path not taken, the relationship not entered, the work not done, this does not fit into the day's busy structure. But at night, when the structure loosens, when the obligations recede, when the busy identity quiets, the unlived life finds its way in. It does not come as accusation. This is a misreading of it, and the misreading produces unnecessary suffering. It comes, in most cases, as longing, as the specific quality of feeling that accompanies the sense of something precious that has not been reached. Not guilt for failing, mourning for what was not. James Hollis, whose clinical work has spent 50 years in the territory of the unlived life, argues that this mourning is not pathological, it is proportionate. There is something genuinely worth mourning in the paths not taken, the genuine possibility that existed and did not get to develop. Denying the mourning, treating it as mere sentiment or weakness or pointless looking backward, does not make it go away. It pushes it underground, where it generates the specific tiredness of the performing self, the exhaustion of maintaining that what was given up did not matter. It mattered. Acknowledging that it mattered is not the same as deciding the choices were wrong. The unlived life is also, and this is equally important, not entirely past. In most lives, there are aspects of what was not pursued that remain accessible in some form, even if not in the original form. The person who did not become a musician, but who finds that music, playing it, attending to it, living near it, genuinely restores something in them. The person who did not pursue the relationship that seemed possible, but who can still offer and receive the quality of attention that the relationship would have required. The unlived life visits at night to remind you of what is genuinely important, not to punish you with what you missed, but to orient you toward what still matters, toward the parts of the self that have been waiting with the patience that only what is essential can sustain, for some form of expression. The quiet life you did not become has been keeping the thread for you. In the dark, at this hour, it is possible to feel the thread, to know, without needing to resolve anything, that it is still there. You are not only what you have become, you are also what you have not yet become. Let that be present, without urgency, without regret, simply as the truth of a life still in progress. Chapter 37. Loneliness beneath the persona. There is a loneliness that has nothing to do with being alone. The person surrounded by people who share their life can carry it. The person at the center of a social world, surrounded by relationships they have built and maintained, can feel it in the quiet moment, the hour before sleep, the night when the performance of connection ends and something else is left. It is the loneliness of not being fully known, not because those around them are unwilling to know them, often because the person themselves is not fully accessible, even to themselves. The persona has been so thoroughly constructed, the true self so carefully managed, that the connection that is offered and received is the connection between personas, real in its way, warm sometimes, but not reaching to the depth where the actual person lives. This is what Winnicott pointed toward when he wrote about the distinction between the true self and the false self. The false self can connect, can be loved, can participate in intimacy of a kind, but it is always the substitute that is loved, not the original. And some part of the person knows this, feels it as a specific kind of absence at the center of the connections they have built. The loneliness beneath the persona is not, in the first instance, relational. It is not solved by finding better relationships, though better relationships can help. It is solved if it is solved, by a different kind of relationship, the relationship with oneself that is made possible when the persona is not running. When the management stops, the night is one of the few places this relationship is available. In the quiet of the night mind, the true self, whatever it is, however long it has been managed out of the daytime presentation, has room to be present, not to the world, to you. Jung spent decades alone with his night mind. The years of the Red Book were years of profound isolation, socially and intellectually. He described them later as the period in which he came most fully into contact with himself, not the professional self, not the intellectual self, not the social self, but the whatever this is beneath all, that self. The contact was not always comfortable. Often it was not. But it was real in a way that the managed years of professional success were not. The loneliness beneath the persona is, paradoxically, part of the path toward its own resolution, because the recognition of the loneliness is the recognition that something genuine is missing from the connection. And the recognition of what is genuinely missing is the beginning of the movement toward the relationship with oneself first, then with others that could actually fill it. The night is not the cause of this loneliness. The night simply removes the distractions that the day provides. And in the removal of the distractions, something is available that the day could not offer. Not the answer. The presence of the question, and the question, held honestly in the dark, is already different from the question defended against in the light. Let your jaw soften. Let the silence be what it is. You are not alone in this particular dark. The night holds everyone who has ever lain awake with this loneliness and found that it was, in the end, the doorway to themselves. Chapter 38, Symbols of Water, House and Door. The water that appears in dreams is almost never simply water. It is the unconscious itself, in Jung's amplification of the symbol's meaning. Water represents the formless, the undifferentiated, the source, and the dissolution. To dream of water is to dream of encounter with the deeper layers of the psyche. The quality of the water tells you something about the quality of the encounter. Still water, a calm lake, perhaps the unconscious at rest, available, peaceful, rough water, waves, flood, material that is overwhelming, more than the conscious structure can easily contain. Drowning, the ego losing its footing in the face of material it cannot integrate. But it is important to remember, and Jung insisted on this, that no symbol has a fixed meaning. The water in your dream is not the water in the textbook. It is the water in your dream, colored by your associations, your history, your particular psychological situation at this particular moment. The house is similarly rich. Almost universally, across cultures and across individuals, the house in dream represents the self, the structure of the personality. The different rooms correspond to different aspects. The basement, almost always, to the unconscious. The upper floors to the aspirations, the ideals, the spiritual dimension. The kitchen to nourishment and the body. The front rooms to the persona, the face presented to the world. The back rooms to what is private or what has been put away. The house with unknown rooms which is one of the most common dream experiences reported across all demographics, is the discovery that the self is larger than the conscious personality has been accounting for. That there are aspects of the person, rooms of the house, that have not been visited and that contain something. The dream rarely specifies. It presents the room. The dreamer stands at the threshold. What is in the unknown room? Something that belongs to you and has been waiting. The door is the threshold symbol, the boundary between one state and another, between what is known and what is not yet known, between the daytime self and the night mind. Jung's clinical observations and his own dream material returned frequently to doors. The door that will not open. The door that opens onto unexpected space. The door that should be there and is not. The door behind which something waits. Gaston Bachelard, the French philosopher of space and imagination, wrote in 1958 about what he called the phenomenology of roundness of the house, of the intimate space, the way that certain spatial configurations carry psychological and existential meaning that is not reducible to their physical properties. His work, independent of Jung, arrived at similar conclusions. The image of the house is a primary image of the self in its spatial, embodied, contained dimension. The symbols that visit you tonight in dream are not the symbols in the textbook, but they are drawn from the same archive, the same deep imagery that the human psyche has been generating since the first minds capable of symbol making existed. Water, house, door. These are among the oldest images in the archive, and when they arrive with the weight of everything that has ever been felt in the presence of water, in the shelter of a house, at the threshold of a door. Let the images come. Let them carry whatever they carry. You do not need to translate them tonight. Chapter 39, The Anima in the Night Mind. In the interior life of the man, there is a feminine presence. Jung called it the anima. He did not mean this as a biological claim or a cultural one. He meant it as a psychological observation, that the male psyche, organized around a primarily masculine persona, carries in its unconscious a counterbalancing feminine quality that appears in dream, in projection onto women, in the quality of mood and inner atmosphere that the man experiences but cannot fully account for. The anima is not a woman. It is the man's inner image of the feminine, shaped partly by his first encounters with actual women, mother, sister, early relationships, partly by the collective archetypal layer, the species-level image of the feminine principle that the culture and the biology and the deep time of human experience have deposited in the male unconscious. When the anima is unrecognized, when the man is not in any relationship with this inner feminine dimension, she tends to appear from outside. The man is, in the Jungian phrase, in the grip of his anima, when his mood is inexplicably dark, when he falls in love with a particular quality in a woman and cannot explain why this quality affects him so strongly, when he finds himself vulnerable to a specific aesthetic or atmosphere or tone of feeling that seems disproportionate to its cause. He is responding not to the outer person or situation, but to the inner figure that the outer person or situation momentarily activates. At night, the anima appears more directly. The feminine figure in the dream, who is not any specific woman, the guide, the initiator, the one who knows the way through the territory the dreamer cannot navigate alone. The woman in the dream who appears with a quality of significance, not sexual necessarily, though that can be part of it, but significant in the sense of meaning something that the dreamer's ordinary waking life does not fully know how to receive. For the woman, the equivalent figure is the animus, the masculine inner presence that appears in dream and in projection, that carries the woman's connection to initiative, to clarity of purpose, to the logos principle in its many forms. These figures are, in both cases, the psyche's bridge to its own other side. The bridge between the dominant personality and what has been relegated to the interior because the persona required a certain consistency, a certain gender-coded presentation that could not accommodate the full range. In the night, the bridge is easier to cross. The anima or animus that visits in dream is not the projection of desire, exactly, though it may carry erotic energy. It is the carrier of what the personality needs that its current configuration cannot supply. The overly rational man, who has excluded feeling from his daytime self, meets the feeling in the anima of the dream. The woman who has organized herself around relatedness and care meets the clear, directed purpose of the animus. These encounters, in Jungian terms, are parts of the individuation process, the meeting of what has been excluded, the slow integration of the inner counterpart. The night facilitates these meetings. The figure that appears in your dream with that quality of significance that you wake with lingering feeling about, that you cannot quite place in the ordinary categories of experience, that figure is visiting from a layer of the self that the daytime world does not easily accommodate. It is worth something, even if you do not know yet what it is worth. Chapter 40. Why certain dreams disturb you. Not all disturbance is pathology. This is a point worth making clearly at this late hour of the night, when the difficult things are closer to the surface than they are in the light. The dream that disturbs you may be the most important dream you have had in years. Not because disturbance is good for its own sake, but because the disturbing dream has, by definition, broken through the management. It has gotten past the ego's preference for comfortable material. It has arrived with enough force to make itself known, to leave a residue in the waking mind, to require, however briefly, that you sit with something you might otherwise have moved past. Jung's clinical observations on this point were consistent. The patients whose dreams were always comfortable, always pleasant, always organized around themes the ego could accept without disturbance, these patients were, he found, often in a state of psychological stagnation. The psyche was producing nothing that challenged the existing configuration, because the existing configuration was defended effectively enough to prevent any challenging material from reaching the dream. This sounds like success. It is, clinically, often the opposite. The dream that disturbs indicates that the psyche is still in motion. that the unconscious has material it is trying to move, that the compensation function is active and urgent enough to override the ego's preference for comfortable sleep. There are different kinds of disturbance, and it is worth distinguishing them. The disturbance of novelty. The dream presents something unfamiliar, and the ego, which values its known territory, finds the unfamiliarity alarming. This is often not a threat, but an invitation. The unfamiliar thing is simply a part of the self that the ego has not yet acknowledged. The disturbance of recognition. The dream presents something the waking mind already knows, in a form that makes it impossible to continue not knowing it. The truth that has been managed at a comfortable distance arrives in the dream without the distance. The grieved person who knew they were grieving but had kept the grief at a functional level wakes from a dream of the lost one with the grief present in full. The disturbance of the collective. The dream has gone deep enough to touch the archetypal layer, and the charge of that layer, the accumulated weight of what the archetype carries across all of human time, arrives with more emotional force than the personal material produces. In all these cases, the disturbance is information. It is the psyche indicating, here is where the life is happening. Here is where something real is moving. The response to the disturbing dream that Jung recommended quietly in conversation in his writing was not analysis. It was attitude. The attitude of someone who has been given something difficult but genuine and who receives it as such. Not comfortable, not what you would have chosen, but addressed to you, calibrated for you, offered by the part of you that has more information about what you need than the part that runs the day. You can breathe through the disturbing thing. You have done it before. The dream has delivered what it needed to deliver. The morning will put it in its context. Tonight, it is enough to know it came from somewhere real. Chapter 41. The unconscious thinks in images. A table, a door that won't open, a figure standing at the end of a corridor, rain on a specific window, the exact quality of light in a room you have not been in since childhood. The unconscious does not think in sentences, it thinks in images. Not because images are less sophisticated than language, because images hold more information simultaneously than any sentence can. Language is sequential. It moves one word at a time, one clause following another, organized into the linear chain that makes it possible to communicate in time, to say this happened and then that, to build an argument one step at a time. The image is simultaneous. All of its information is present at once. The color and the shape and the light and the shadow and the emotional atmosphere and the specific quality of feeling that this image, and not any other image, produces in the body. All of it together in a single moment of perception. The sleeping brain, freed from the linear demands of language-based thought, reverts to this older mode. This is why the dream communicates so much in such brief time. Why a dream that took perhaps 30 seconds to experience can take 45 minutes to describe in words and still not be fully described, the description always leaves something out, always loses the specific quality of the atmosphere, the exact shade of the feeling. Ernst Cassirer, the German philosopher who spent his career studying the forms of symbolic representation, argued that the image-based thinking of myth and dream was not a more primitive form of the conceptual thinking of science and philosophy. It was a different form, with different strengths, capable of holding certain kinds of truth that conceptual language cannot easily accommodate. The truth of relationship. How things feel in relation to each other. Not just how they are defined in isolation. The truth of feeling. What an experience is like from the inside, not just what it is from the outside. The truth of simultaneity. The way that in certain moments multiple things are true at once, in a way that linear language, forced to prioritize, cannot fully represent. These are the truths that the image carries, and these are the truths that the unconscious is primarily concerned with. When the dream presents an image, the specific table, the specific light, the specific figure at the end of the specific corridor, it is presenting a complex truth in a form that holds all of its complexity at once. The interpretation of the image, the effort to render it in language, is never the image. It is the attempt to translate between modes of knowing that are genuinely different. This is not a reason to avoid the attempt. Translation is valuable, but it is a reason to hold the translation lightly, to know that something of the original remains in the original form, and that sitting with the image itself before or instead of translating it is a legitimate and perhaps the primary form of receiving what it has to offer. Let the images come tonight without reaching for their translation. Let the table be the table, the light be the light, the figure be the figure. The meaning is already in them. You do not need to extract it tonight. Chapter 42, Self-Worth Beneath Daily Performance. At the bottom of most anxiety about performance, there is a question, not will I succeed at this task? That is the surface question. The surface question has answers. It can be assessed, prepared for, addressed through skill and effort and appropriate self-management. The deeper question does not have these answers. Am I enough? It does not ask about the task. It asks about the self, and it does not ask about the self's performance. It asks about the self's worth, which it experiences as contingent on the performance, but which is not, in fact, contingent on it at all. The experience of contingency is, in most cases, old. Alfred Adler, Jung's contemporary and another of Freud's early colleagues before the break with Freud's circle, spent his career studying what he called the inferiority complex, the persistent sense of inadequacy that develops in childhood in response to experiences that the child, with the cognitive limitations of childhood, could only interpret as evidence of deficiency. The adult who experienced the sense of contingent worth in childhood, I am loved when I perform, acceptable when I meet the standard, welcome when I conform to the expectation, carries this experience into adulthood as the organizing structure of their self-evaluation. The performance improves. The standard rises to match it. The sense of contingency remains. At night, when the performance has ended for the day, the question surfaces most clearly. The ego cannot answer it with achievement. The achievements are the days, and the day has ended. What remains is the question without the performance to temporarily answer it. This is the gift the night offers, though it may not feel like one. Because in the absence of the performance, the self that exists regardless of performance is more accessible. Not the self that has proven itself today, or has failed to prove itself today, or has done adequately but worries it was not quite enough. The self that existed before any of these evaluations were possible. The self that was there at the beginning, before the standard was installed, before the conditional love shaped the conditions of self-worth. That self has not gone anywhere. It has been present through every day's performance, every evaluation, every success and failure. It is not contingent on any of them. It is simply the ground on which all of them occurred. Winnicott called this the going on being, the fundamental continuity of subjective experience that underlies all the specific contents of that experience. The sense, which is pre-verbal and pre-conceptual, simply of being here, of being continuous. This going on being is the ground of self-worth that does not require justification. You are here. You are breathing. These are not performances. They are the basic facts of existence, present regardless of what was accomplished or failed today. That is enough to rest on. Let the question settle without the performance to temporarily answer it. Let the self that exists beneath the evaluation be present in this quiet. You have been enough longer than you have known it. Chapter 43. Inner Peace through Nightly Release. The word peace, in most of its uses, describes an absence. The absence of conflict. The absence of agitation. The absence of the noise that ordinarily fills the interior space. This is peace as negative, as what remains when the disturbing things have been removed or silenced. But there is another kind of peace that the great contemplative traditions and the depth psychologists who translated their insights into secular language have pointed toward. A peace that is not absence but presence. Not the silence of agitation removed, but the fullness of something that was always there, now audible. Jung called it the self. The mystics called it by many names. The experience, which was available to Jung through his clinical work, through his own long engagement with his interior life, through his study of the traditions that had developed systematic approaches to it, was consistent regardless of the language used to describe it. A groundedness that is not the groundedness of control. A stillness that is not the stillness of suppression. A peace that is not the peace of the problem solved, but of the problem held in a context larger than the problem. Nightly release is not quite this peace, but it is in its direction. The release the night offers, the daily unwinding of the tension that the performance of being a person in the world accumulates, is real, physiological, measurable in the biochemical changes of sleep, visible in the morning's comparative calm. Something has been released. The day's charge has been reduced. Over years, this adds up. The person who sleeps regularly and well is not the same person as the one who chronically does not. Not just in terms of cognitive function or physical health, though both are significantly affected, but in terms of the relationship to their own interior. The person who has the nightly release, night after night, develops a different relationship to what the day accumulates. They know in the body's knowledge that it is temporary, that it can be put down, that the morning is different from the night. This bodily knowledge is a form of peace, not the transcendent peace of the mystic's breakthrough, the ordinary peace of the person who has learned through repetition and in the body's specific way of learning that release is possible, that the weight is not permanent, that the grip can open. These are not small things. The person who carries the conviction, learned in the body through years of adequate sleep, that what is accumulated can be released, that person holds the ordinary anxieties of daily life differently, with more lightness, with the background knowledge that the cycle continues, that tonight will bring its release, that the morning will be different from what the night brought. This is the gift of the nightly ritual accumulated across a life. Not peace as the mystics describe it, but the modest, bodily, genuine peace of knowing that you can put it down, that you are putting it down right now. Let the release happen. Let the breath carry something out with each exhale that does not need to come back. You will be here in the morning, and the morning will be different. Chapter 44. The day ego resists change. The ego resists change. This is not a character flaw, it is a function. The ego's job is to maintain coherence, to keep the person recognizable to themselves and to the world, to sustain the continuous thread of identity through the hours and days and years of a life. Coherence requires consistency. Consistency resists revision. The ego that readily revised itself in response to every new experience would not be an ego. It would be a different kind of psychological structure, more fluid, more permeable, but also less capable of the sustained projects and long-term commitments and deep relationships that require a consistent center. The ego needs to resist change. This is not the problem. The problem arises when the resistance becomes total, when the ego that served its person well through 40 years of a particular configuration continues to insist on that configuration past the point where it serves. When the defenses that were genuinely necessary in an earlier chapter of the life remain operative in a chapter where they are no longer called for. Jung described this as the central crisis of the second half of life. The structures of the first half, the career, the social identity, the relationship to family, the sense of self organized around achievement and mastery, and the accumulation of the things that demonstrate successful adulthood. These structures are built by and for the ego's project of self-definition. And then something shifts. Sometimes it is obvious: the retirement, the children leaving, the health crisis, the loss that restructures everything. Sometimes it is quiet, a vague sense of flatness, of going through the motions of a life that was built correctly but no longer quite fits. The ego, faced with either the obvious disruption or the quiet flatness, tends to its default response: redouble the effort, do more of what worked, maintain the configuration more strenuously. This does not help, because the flatness is not a problem to be solved by effort. It is an invitation from the unconscious, from the self, from the half of the life that has not yet been lived, to revision. Not replacement, not abandonment of everything built, but a reorganization of priorities, a willingness to let some of the structures loosen enough for something new to enter. The night is where this invitation is most clearly extended. The dreams of the second half of life, as Jung documented in his own dreaming and in his clinical work, often carry images of change, not catastrophic change usually, quiet change. The image of a room being rearranged, the dream of water finding a new channel, the figure who offers something unfamiliar. The day ego resists these images, as it resists change in general, but it resists them less effectively at 3 a.m. than it does at 3 p.m. The night makes the invitation more accessible. The defenses are less operational. The image of change can be felt, even if it cannot yet be consciously accepted. Feeling it is the beginning. The ego changes when it changes, incrementally. The night, working with its images, doing its compensation, offering its corrections, the night moves the dial. You wake slightly different. The ego does not notice, but the change has occurred. Over years, the accumulation of these small nightly movements is what grows the second half of the life. Let the movement happen tonight, whatever form it takes. Chapter 45. When dreams undo false certainty. There is a particular kind of certainty that the ego loves. Not certainty about the facts. The ego can live with factual uncertainty and often manages it well. The certainty the ego loves is certainty about itself, certainty about its own correctness. The quiet conviction that its way of seeing is accurate, its judgments sound, its sense of who it is reliable. This certainty is, in small doses, necessary for function. Without some baseline confidence in one's own perceptions and judgments, navigating daily life becomes impossible. In large doses, it becomes the most significant obstacle to psychological development, because the psyche grows by encountering what it does not know about itself, by meeting the parts of the self that the conscious configuration has excluded, by receiving the correction the dream offers. And all of this requires a sufficient degree of uncertainty, the willingness to hold the self-image lightly enough for new material to enter. The dreams that undo false certainty are, in retrospect, often the most important dreams a person has. The dream that shows the highly competent person their incompetence in a domain they had not been looking at. The dream that shows the certain idealist their capacity for the very thing they despise. The dream that shows the person who believes they have forgiven the person who has not yet let themselves feel the anger. These dreams undo what was never quite true. Not to punish, to complete. The person whose dream presents their shadow aggression is not being told they are an angry person. They are being shown a part of the emotional range that has been managed out of the official self-image, and the management has been costing energy that could be directed elsewhere. The false certainty that the dream undoes is always, in some way, an effort. The effort of maintaining an image of the self that does not match the actual configuration of the psyche. The effort is so habitual that it is often not noticed, but it is there, running in the background, consuming a portion of the available psychological energy that could be used for living. When the dream undoes the false certainty, the initial response is often discomfort. The ego, having its certainty challenged, responds with defensiveness or dismay. But after the discomfort, if the dreamer can sit with it rather than immediately restoring the prior certainty, there is often something unexpected. A relief. The relief of being shown something true. The relief of no longer needing to maintain something that was not quite accurate. Reality, even uncomfortable reality, is less exhausting than its management. Your dream tonight, whatever it is, may be undoing something, a certainty that has been useful, a self-image that was built for good reasons, a way of seeing yourself and the world that served you for a long time. Let it be undone gently. What the dream removes was never the whole of you. What remains after the false certainty is released is more real. And something more real is always a better foundation to rest on. Chapter 46. The Shadow of Daylight Identity. The shadow does not belong only to the night. It is present during the day, in its way, in the behavior the person cannot quite account for, in the response that seems disproportionate to its cause, in the envious recognition when someone else expresses what you have been denying in yourself, in the specific quality of the discomfort you feel around the person who embodies something your persona is organized to exclude. But the shadow speaks most freely at night, because the shadow, as we have been exploring throughout this night, is constituted precisely by what the daytime identity excludes. And when the daytime identity rests, what was excluded by its very presence has more room. This is the shadow of daylight identity, not an external darkness, not a metaphysical force, but the accumulated content of everything that could not find a place in the configuration of self that the person built in response to their history, their culture, their family system, their moment in time. You have been building your daylight identity for decades. It has been shaped by thousands of moments of social learning. What received approval, what received punishment, what was welcome, and what was not. It has been refined by the long process of becoming someone capable of functioning in the world you were given. And all of that shaping, all of that refinement, has produced a specific configuration with specific contents and specific exclusions. The exclusions are your shadow. They are not foreign. They are not your worst self. They are parts of the full range of human possibility that your particular history could not incorporate into the daylight version. The specific emotions that were not safe to feel. The specific desires that were not acceptable to express. The specific capacities for power or vulnerability or creative wildness or simple need that the persona's consistency required to be managed below the surface. At night, they rise, not to harm, to remind. The shadow's message is always, at its core, a reminder that the daylight self is partial, that the full person is larger than the version that shows up in the world, that what has been excluded is not gone. It is waiting, with whatever patience the particular content allows, for some form of recognition. This is the profound gift of the night. Not only the processing, the emotional digestion, the neurological restoration, but the recurring encounter with what the day leaves out. The quiet insistence, repeated nightly in image and feeling, and the body's specific responses to what the dream presents, that the full self is larger. You are larger than your daylight version. This is not a criticism of the daylight version. It is simply the truth that the night is qualified to deliver. Let the shadow of daylight identity be present in this hour, not to be resolved, not to be integrated in any single night's work, simply to be acknowledged. You carry more than you know. Chapter 47. What the Sleeping Mind Repairs. Modern sleep science has mapped with increasing precision some of what the sleeping mind repairs. The glymphatic system, identified only in 2013, relatively late in the history of neuroscience, is a drainage network that operates primarily during sleep, clearing metabolic waste products from the brain. The same proteins that accumulate in neurodegenerative diseases are among the products this system removes. The sleeping brain, it turns out, shrinks slightly to allow this clearing. The cells contract, the fluid moves through, and the brain wakes with what had accumulated during the day's intensive metabolic activity reduced. The brain repairs itself by making more room. There is something here that is not only physiological. The psychological equivalent of the glymphatic system, the clearing of what has accumulated during the day's intensive activity, is part of what the night offers. The emotional residue that did not need to be carried forward. The unprocessed charge on memories that can be reduced without losing the memory. The small disorganizations of the day's experience that can be sorted while the organizational apparatus is running without the ego's interference. The sleeping mind repairs the tissue of the self. This is not a metaphor, or rather, it is a metaphor that corresponds to a real process. The brain and the psyche are not separable systems, and the repair that happens at the neurological level and the repair that happens at the psychological level occur together in the same hours by processes that have not yet been fully mapped, but whose effects are visible in every morning that follows an adequate night of sleep. The person who wakes, genuinely rested from a full night's sleep, is a different person from the one who went to sleep, not transformed, not healed of anything serious in a single night, but repaired, cleared, slightly more capable of meeting what comes than the person who lay down the night before. The irritability that sleep resolves is not only physiological, though the physiological component is real and large. It is the psychological component of having spent a night in the presence of the material that the day suppressed, the body surrendering its tension, the emotional charge being metabolized, the narrative of the self being gently revised by the compensating work of the unconscious. You wake, if you sleep, more yourself than you went to sleep. Not the self that was established by effort, the self that is prior to the effort, the one that exists beneath the construction, that the construction was always attempting to represent, that is revealed rather than built by the night's work. Kenosis, the Greek word the mystics use for the emptying that allows the fullness to enter. Sleep is the nightly kenosis, the clearing of what has accumulated to allow the restoration of what was there before the accumulation. The sleeping mind repairs what the waking mind wore down. Let it do its work. You do not need to supervise it. The repair is already happening. It has been happening since the first moment you lay down. And it will continue, quietly and competently, in the hours that remain. Chapter 48. Restlessness before transformation. There is a particular quality of restlessness that is not a symptom. It feels like one. The inability to settle, the sense of unease without a specific object, the sleep that comes slowly if it comes, and that does not feel restorative even when it arrives. The 3 a.m. waking with the specific atmosphere of something that cannot be named, but that is unmistakably present. The instinct is to treat this as a problem, to medicate it, meditate it away, manage it through the elaborate architectures of sleep hygiene and behavioral intervention. These interventions have their place. But Jung and the thinkers who followed his clinical intuitions noticed that there are periods of restlessness that are not symptoms of disorder, but preconditions of order. Phases of psychological reorganization in which the old configuration is dissolving and the new one has not yet formed, and the in-between state has the specific quality of the restless, unsettled, unmoored time that any genuine transformation requires. John of the Cross, the 16th century Spanish mystic who wrote about the inner life with a precision that Jung respected, called this the dark night of the soul, and was careful to distinguish it from depression or despair. The dark night is not the absence of light. It is the period in which the particular light that had been sustaining the person becomes insufficient for what comes next. The soul, outgrowing its current relationship to meaning, finds itself in the dark between what it was and what it is becoming. This is not comfortable. It is not meant to be. but it is different qualitatively from the suffering of disorder. There is a specific quality to the restlessness that precedes transformation, a restlessness that, if you can hold it without immediately trying to resolve it, reveals itself as charged, as potential, as the specific agitation of a system that is reorganizing from the inside. You may be in such a period, or you may simply be having a difficult night, in which case the right response is simpler. Rest, breathe, let the body find its way. But if the restlessness has a quality that feels larger than the ordinary discomfort of stress or worry, if it has the atmospheric quality of something in motion that you cannot quite see, then it may be worth considering that this is not a problem to be solved. It is a passage to be moved through. Jung himself went through such periods. The years after the break with Freud were such a period. The years of the Red Book were such a period. He did not resolve them by managing the restlessness. He sat in the darkness, listened, and wrote down what arrived. Not everyone is in the territory where that kind of active engagement with the night mind is appropriate. Many people need sleep more than they need to listen to what arrives at the edge of it. But if the sleep is not coming, if the restlessness persists with that specific quality of something moving, perhaps it is enough to know that this kind of restlessness has a history, that others have been here, that it has, in the lives of those who stayed with it, been followed by something that was recognizably, if slowly, more whole. Let the body be as still as it can be. Let the restlessness be what it is. It is not the end of something. It is before the beginning. Chapter 49. Why the Psyche Needs Darkness. Light is the condition of visibility. In light, things are seen as they are. Edges are sharp, distinctions are clear. The world organizes itself into the differentiated forms that daylight perception makes possible. This is the gift of light. But it is also, in a specific sense, its limitation. What light cannot show is what exists before differentiation. What lives in the space between the defined forms. What is present in the darkness that the light, by making everything visible, paradoxically conceals. The Taoists had a word for it. Wu, the void, the uncarved block, the original undifferentiated ground from which the 10,000 things emerge, the place before the distinctions. Not chaos, but potentiality. The state of a system that has not yet committed to a specific form and therefore holds all forms possible. Sleep is the daily return to this state. The daylight has been making things visible. The ego has been maintaining the sharp edges, the clear distinctions, the organized world of the waking person. This is necessary. This is how one lives in the world. But the psyche needs darkness, needs the return to the undifferentiated ground, needs the dissolution of the sharp edges, needs the period of non-differentiation in which the rigid forms of the day can soften and reorganize and emerge in the morning slightly less rigid, slightly more capable, of the flexibility that living requires. The darkness is not the enemy of clarity. It is the precondition of a different kind of clarity. The clarity that comes not from distinction, but from wholeness. The vision not of the parts, but of the ground. In alchemical symbolism, which Jung studied with great attention, finding in it an elaborate external projection of the psychic processes he was mapping clinically, the nigredo, the blackening, the dark phase, was the necessary beginning of the transformative process. Before anything could be made new, the existing form had to be dissolved. The darkness was not the failure of the process. It was the process. Your psyche needs this darkness, not as punishment, not as deprivation, as the phase of the cycle that makes the next phase possible, the dissolution that precedes the reorganization, the night that makes the morning possible. The physical darkness of your room is the external correspondent to an internal darkness that the psyche moves into each night. The place where the sharp distinctions soften, where the organized identity loosens, where the undifferentiated ground beneath the differentiated forms of the day becomes accessible again. You are in that darkness now. The psyche is doing what it does in darkness, moving through the phase that only the night makes possible, dissolving what had become too rigid, organizing in the ways that the ego's presence would prevent. Let the darkness be full, not empty, full of the undifferentiated potential that your particular life has been shaped from, and that continues to shape itself in the hours when you are not supervising the process. You will return to the light. And when you do, you will bring something of the darkness back, a slightly less rigid self, a slightly more flexible relationship to what is true, a morning that has been made possible by the night. Chapter 50. Silence beneath the talking mind. Beneath the voice that narrates your experience, there is a silence. Not the silence of nothing, the silence of the ground. The silence that exists between words, beneath thought, before the first stirring of the voice that says, I. The contemplative traditions of almost every culture have pointed toward this silence as the site of something essential, not as a metaphysical claim, but as a description of an experience that is available in meditation, in certain moments of absorption, in the specific quality of some early mornings before the mind has fully engaged its machinery, and in the hypnagogic state at the edge of sleep. The talking mind is not the whole mind. It is the surface layer, the layer that has language, that organizes experience into communicable form, that keeps the running narrative of who you are and what you are doing with your life. Beneath it, something larger is present, something that does not have language and does not need it, something that is aware before the awareness becomes self-aware. The ground state of consciousness, before consciousness organizes itself into the specific forms of the waking mind. John Cage, the American composer who spent his career exploring the relationship between sound and silence, observed that there is no such thing as true silence in the physical world. What we call silence is always the background against which specific sounds are heard, the absence of the particular sounds we have been attending to, not the absence of all sound. In an anechoic chamber, built to eliminate all external sound, he heard his own heartbeat and the high-pitched tone of his nervous system. The silence beneath the talking mind is like this. Not the absence of mental activity, the absence of the particular mental activity that constitutes the talking mind, the narrative, the planning, the self-monitoring. In that relative silence, what remains is the background hum of consciousness itself, the awareness that notices the thoughts rather than the thoughts. Jung did not write about this in the explicit language of contemplative psychology, but his concept of the self, the larger organizing center that transcends and contains the ego, points toward the same territory. The silence beneath the talking mind is the silence of the self, before the ego has organized it into specific content. The ground before the figure. At the edge of sleep, the talking mind goes quiet. Not all at once, but in stages. The narrative becomes fragmented. The self-monitoring loses its coherence. The planning for tomorrow becomes mixed with images that have nothing to do with tomorrow. And gradually, the talking subsides. And what remains, briefly, before sleep carries it under, is the silence beneath. You may have touched it. The moment before sleep, when the mind is present but no longer managing anything. When the awareness is there but the content has loosened its grip. This is the silence the sleep deepens into, the ground the dream arises from, the place the psyche returns to each night to be renewed by something that precedes all its specific forms. You are approaching it now. Let the talking slow. Let the narrative lose its urgency. Let the managing mind rest. The silence beneath is not empty. It is full of everything that has ever been and will be. The accumulated depth of your own experience and the deeper depth of the species' experience and the deeper depth still of the awareness that has been present. Through all of it, you are entering it. Let it receive you. Chapter 51, Dreams as Letters from the Self. What if you received a letter every night? Not a letter written in language you immediately recognize. A letter in images, in the specific emotional atmosphere of a scene, in the felt sense of something seen with closed eyes that carries more information than any sentence could hold. What if this letter was written not by any external sender, but by the deepest part of yourself, the part that has been observing your life from a vantage point the daily self cannot occupy, the part that has access to what you have been avoiding and what you have been missing and what you are ready for and what you are not yet ready for. And what if you had been, in most cases, throwing these letters away, not deliberately? The forgetting of dreams is not a failure. It is in part the nature of the transition between the modes of consciousness, the dreams mode and the waking mode, are different enough that the transfer between them is lossy. Much is dropped in the crossing, but some stays. The image that remains in the morning, the emotional residue. The fragment of a scene that surfaces unexpectedly in the afternoon, triggered by something that corresponds in some way the waking mind cannot quite place to what the dream contained. These are the parts of the letter that made it through. Jung's advice about this was simple: pay attention. Not necessarily through formal dream analysis, though he was its most systematic practitioner, simply through the attitude of receptivity. The willingness to pause in the first minutes of morning and notice what is present from the night, to hold it briefly without immediately organizing it into the day's to-do list, to acknowledge it as addressed to you. This acknowledgement, which takes perhaps 2 minutes and requires nothing other than the attention itself, is, in Jung's experience, what encourages more letters. The unconscious responds to receptivity. When the daily mind acknowledges what the night has sent, the night sends more. The self that writes these letters is not a separate entity. It is the part of you that has the perspective the daily mind lacks. It sees the pattern the daily mind is too close to see. It knows what has been excluded from the conscious picture and what needs to be included for the picture to be whole. It has a view of your life, as a whole, moving through time with a direction that the daily mind, focused on the immediate concerns, cannot always perceive. The letters contain information the daily mind genuinely needs, not instructions, not commands. Information in the form of images, of feeling, of the specific emotional weather that accompanies certain dream scenes. Information that the thinking mind cannot generate, because the thinking mind is the thing that needs to be informed. Tonight, a letter is being written. It is addressed to you specifically, calibrated for your current situation, your current psychological configuration, the specific needs and blind spots of your particular life at this particular moment. It will arrive in whatever form the night produces, and whatever it contains, it comes from the most honest part of you. Let it be written. Let it find whatever form it finds. The morning will bring you whatever it brought. Chapter 52. The mask cannot survive the night. There is nothing threatening about this fact. It is simply physics. The mask is a social technology. It requires an audience, a context, a social field to function in. Take away the audience, and the mask is just a face, unnecessary, effortful, slightly ridiculous. When you sleep, the audience goes away. Not just the external audience of the people in your life who have expectations of you, also the internal audience, the internalized voice of every judgment that has shaped the persona, the parental gaze, the social mirror, the self that watches the self and grades the performance. These go quiet, or quiet enough, and in their absence, the mask's purpose evaporates. This is why people often look different in sleep, not just physically, though the relaxation of the face's habitual expressions does change its appearance, but in some quality that witnesses have noticed and struggled to name, a return to something more essential, a face that is simply a face, not a presentation. Jung understood the mask's removal as the necessary condition for the unconscious's work. The persona, while running, has a tendency to maintain its consistency by filtering what the person is permitted to experience. The emotions that do not fit the persona's style are managed below the surface. The thoughts that would require the persona to revise itself are deflected. The images from the unconscious that do not match the persona's self-image are dismissed as irrelevant or disturbing. When the mask rests, this filtration stops, and what has been waiting behind the filter has the night. What waits there is not a threat. This bears repeating because the ego's resistance to the mask's removal is organized around the fear that what waits beneath it is worse than the mask, that the real self, unedited, will prove to be insufficient or shameful or simply less than the curated version. In practice, the opposite is typically true. The self beneath the mask is not better in the sense of being more impressive, but it is more real, more continuous, less effortful. It does not need to prove anything to anyone, including itself. The persona is built for the world. It is valuable, even necessary, but it is also expensive. The energy required to maintain a consistent social presentation across all the varied contexts of a day is real, and it accumulates. The night returns some of it. When you wake from good sleep, the sense of renewal is not only physiological, it is the renewal of a self that has been permitted, for a few hours, to be simply itself. Before the mask is reassembled for the day, before the performance begins again, in those first minutes, before the reassembly, you are, briefly, more yourself than you will be for most of the day. Notice it, if you can. The specific quality of being simply present without the management apparatus fully engaged. That self, that quiet, undefended, present self, is the ground from which the mask is built. It is not less than the mask. It is prior to it. Let the mask rest. It will be there in the morning, if you need it. Tonight, you do not. Chapter 53. Consciousness returns, but changed. Morning is a reconstruction. You know this in the first moments of waking. The slight disorientation before the thread is picked up again. The brief period of simply being present without the context that makes you a specific person in a specific life. Then the context arrives. The memory of who you are, where you are, what is happening in your life, what needs to be done today. The persona begins to reassemble. This reconstruction is so practiced, so automatic, so rapidly accomplished that most people do not notice it happening, and in the speed of its accomplishment, they miss something important. The person who reassembles in the morning is not identical to the person who dissolved the night before. Something has changed. Usually small, incremental, the kind of change that is invisible from one morning to the next, but visible in retrospect across seasons. The person at 45 who thinks of themselves as essentially the same person they were at 40 does not notice the 1,000 small morning revisions that have, over 5 years, shifted the configuration of who they are. The night has been at work on this revision, not randomly, purposively. in the sense that Jung used when speaking of the unconscious. The unconscious is always oriented toward something, toward integration, toward the more complete picture, toward the individuation, that is, the lifelong process of becoming more fully oneself. Each night's work is a small contribution to that larger process, the dream that presented something the ego was not seeing, the emotional processing that reduced the charge on a memory that had been carrying disproportionate weight, the encounter with the shadow figure that was, this time, slightly less frightening, the compensation that offered, in image and feeling, what the daylight configuration had been leaving out. All of this accumulates. The consciousness that returns in the morning is, in the deepest sense, slightly more complete than the one that dissolved the night before, slightly more integrated, slightly more capable of carrying what a full human life requires, the joy and the loss, the certainty and the doubt, the self-knowledge and the mystery of what remains unknown. This is the gift of the long work, not the gift of the single transformative night, which does sometimes occur and which leaves its mark, but the gift of the accumulated work of thousands of ordinary nights, the person shaped by decades of the night mind's patient corrections, the person who has, over a lifetime, become more themselves. You are that person in progress. Every night is a small contribution to who you will have been when the long work is done. Let the contribution happen tonight. Let the revision be made in whatever form the night makes it in. And when the morning comes, when consciousness returns, assembled from the material the night has provided, you will be, imperceptibly but genuinely, someone who has moved one small step toward the whole. Chapter 54, Individuation Hidden in Sleep. The word individuation is the one Jung kept returning to throughout his long career. He used it to name the central movement of psychological life, the lifelong process of becoming more fully and authentically oneself. Not self-improvement in the conventional sense, not the accumulation of better habits or the achievement of more defined goals, or the correction of specific deficiencies. Something more fundamental, the gradual uncovering of what was already there, the essential self that preceded the persona, that developed beneath the social adaptations, that has been present throughout all the configurations the life has passed through. Individuation is not a destination, it is a direction, and a significant part of it, perhaps the most important part, because it is the part that happens without the ego's interference, happens in sleep. The ego, with all its project management instincts, cannot perform individuation. It can intend it. It can create conditions for it. It can cooperate with what the night brings. But it cannot manufacture the integration that individuation requires, because the integration requires the meeting of parts of the self that the ego, by definition, has excluded from its configuration. The night is where those parts are most accessible. The shadow, the anima or animus, the complexes, the archetypal figures, all the excluded and underweighted elements of the total psyche, These have their fullest presence in the dream, and the dream, night after night, brings them into contact with the conscious personality. The contact accumulates. The excluded parts become gradually less excluded. The total picture of who you are becomes incrementally more complete. The self you present to the world and the self that moves in the night grow over the years closer together. This is individuation, hidden in sleep, undramatic in its nightly increments, enormous in its accumulation. The person who is at 70 genuinely at peace, not at peace because nothing difficult has happened, but at peace despite everything that has happened. At peace with themselves in the deepest sense, that person has, in most cases, been cooperating with this process for decades, has been letting the night do its work, has been, with whatever degree of conscious awareness, allowing the dreams to offer what they offered and receiving the corrections with some degree of openness, has been allowing themselves to change, has been allowing themselves to become more of what they actually are. You are in this process. It began before you could name it. It will continue after this night. The night is simply one of its primary arenas, the hours when the ego is out of the way and the deeper work can proceed without the interference of the managerial mind. Let it proceed. You do not need to direct it or understand it or even be fully conscious of it. It is already happening in the dreams you will have and the ones you will forget, in the emotional processing you cannot monitor, in the small revisions the morning will bring that you will not notice, but that are, nevertheless, real. You are becoming yourself. The night is where much of that becoming occurs. Let it. Chapter 55. The ego wakes with less illusion. After the long night, the ego reassembles, but not quite in the same configuration it dissolved from. Jung observed this, his patients reported it, his own experience confirmed it. The morning self is not the same as the evening self. Something has been adjusted, some of the load has been redistributed. Some of the material that was carried as urgent has been quietly reclassified. The illusions that sleep most consistently challenges are the illusions of permanence and the illusions of isolation. The illusion of permanence, that the current situation, however pleasant or unpleasant, is fixed, that the way things are is how they will be. Sleep's interruption of the continuous narrative is itself a small daily demonstration that nothing is permanent. You dissolve each night, you reconstitute each morning. The world that was present when you closed your eyes is still present when you open them, but you are not quite the same person who closed them. The illusion of permanence is subtly challenged by every night's passage. The illusion of isolation, that you are alone in your experience, that the inner life you carry, the specific fears, the specific loneliness, the specific questions, is uniquely yours and therefore uniquely heavy. Sleep, in the Jungian understanding, connects the individual to the collective. The archetypal dreams draw from the species' shared imagery. The ancient symbols that surface in the individual's night mind are the same symbols that have surfaced in the night minds of billions of human beings across all of human time. You are not alone in this darkness. The darkness is full of the presence of everyone who has ever been awake in it. The ego that wakes with less illusion is not a diminished ego, it is a more accurate one that has been, in the night's quiet way, corrected. The excessive certainty has been taken down a few degrees. The excessive isolation has been, in the body's wordless way, reduced. The morning brings back the illusions. To some extent, they are useful. Navigating daily life requires a degree of experience permanence, a working assumption of continuity, a practical sense of being an individual rather than a wave in a collective ocean. But the morning brings back slightly less of them than yesterday's morning, and over years, the accumulation of these incremental corrections has its effect. The ego that has been correcting for decades is a different kind of ego from the one that has spent the same decades insisting on its original configuration. It carries itself differently. It knows, in the body's wordless way, that it is not the whole, that the night has something to say, that the adjustments offered by the dark hours are worth receiving. This is not weakness, it is wisdom. The kind of wisdom that only the long relationship with one's own night mind can provide. You are in the process of developing this wisdom. Every night is a session, every morning is a slight adjustment. Over the years, the adjustments add up. The ego that wakes today is slightly less illusioned than the one that went to sleep. That is enough. That is, in fact, precisely enough. Chapter 56. Anxiety, Renewal, and the Dawn. The anxiety that visits at night is not your enemy. We have said this several times throughout this long night, in different ways, from different angles. It bears saying one more time, closer to the end of the night, because it is the thing most easily forgotten in the experience of the anxiety itself. The anxiety is information. It is the system's response to something that requires attention. The vigilance that kept you safe in the contexts where it was necessary, continuing to operate in the context of the night because it does not know, without evidence to the contrary, that this context is safe. But beneath the anxiety, beneath the specific content of the worry, the assessment of risk, the rehearsal of difficult scenarios, something is also happening that has nothing to do with threat. Renewal. The same night that contains the anxiety also contains the emotional processing, the memory consolidation, the symbolic correction, the compensation that moves the personality toward integration. The same hours that the vigilant system uses for surveillance are also the hours in which the sleeping brain does its most creative and restorative work. The anxiety and the renewal coexist in the same night, often in the same hours. This is the paradox Jung would have recognized. The most difficult material, the most charged complexes, the most activated vigilance. These coexist with the deepest restoration. The night that is hardest to sleep through is often the night in which the most important inner work is occurring. Not always. Sometimes Difficulty is simply difficulty, and what is needed is rest, not interpretation. But the two are not mutually exclusive. The night can be both hard and productive. The vigilance can run, while the repair also runs. The dawn comes after the night that felt worst, as well as after the night that felt easiest. The light that arrives in the morning does not care what the night contained. It arrives because the cycle continues, because the earth turns, because the conditions that make morning possible have been met. And the person who receives it, however the night went, however much was processed or not processed, however deeply the anxiety ran, is not the same person who went into the dark. Something has changed. Something always changes in the night, even when nothing seems to have changed. The nightly renewal is not contingent on how the night felt. It is not a reward for sleeping well or a penalty for sleeping badly. It is the nature of the cycle. You are closer to the dawn than you were when you lay down. Whatever this night contained, the anxiety, the difficult images, the restlessness before transformation, the shadows' visits, the encounters with what has been excluded from the daylight, all of it has been part of the same process. The process of becoming more fully yourself, incrementally in the dark, without your supervision. The dawn comes, the ego reassembles, the day begins. But before all of that, in these last minutes of the night, something remains that belongs only to this hour. The silence beneath the talking mind. The body heavy and still. The psyche continuing its ancient, patient work. You are here. You are breathing. You are already, without effort, already in the process of renewal. Chapter 57. What your night mind wants. Your night mind wants, most of all, to be received, not analyzed, not controlled, not resolved into the daylight mind's categories of meaning and progress and practical outcome. Simply received, acknowledged, treated as something addressed to you by a part of yourself that is real and that matters. The night mind is not the problem. The night mind is the resource. The culture that treats sleep as the suspension of useful activity, as the hours between the productive ones, to be minimized where possible and managed for maximum efficiency, misses this entirely. The culture that treats the night mind's productions as mere noise, as the random firing of a maintenance mode brain, misses this entirely. The night mind is where the second half of the psychological work happens. The half that the daylight mind cannot perform. The half that requires the ego's partial absence, the persona's rest, the management apparatus's temporary suspension. Everything we have moved through tonight, the persona falling asleep, the shadow's activity, the archetypes' arrival, the dreams correcting the ego, the self behind the dreamer, the unlived life's visits, the nightly death and reconstitution of the identity. All of this is what the night mind is doing, has always been doing, will continue to do, with or without the daylight mind's awareness. What changes when the daylight mind becomes aware is the depth of the cooperation. The person who treats the night as a resource, who goes to sleep with some degree of openness to what might arrive, who receives the morning's residue with some degree of attention, who allows the long-term corrections of the nightly work to shape the waking life, that person is cooperating with a process that is already running, adding the daylight mind's cooperation to the night mind's labor. The cooperation does not require anything dramatic, no analysis, no dream journaling, though that can help, no specific practices, though some find them useful. Simply the attitude of reception, the willingness to notice what arrives from the night and to hold it for a moment, without immediately organizing it into the day's agenda. The acknowledgement that the night mind has something to say. That attitude, sustained over years, changes the relationship between the conscious and the unconscious mind, creates a working partnership between the ego and the deeper self, allows the nightly corrections to accumulate into something that is, gradually, a more complete and honest and livable life. Your night mind wants this. It wants to be in relationship with you, not the relationship of management and control. The relationship of patient colleagues working on the same project from different angles, in different hours, with different tools. You are the colleague. You are both the colleague. The night mind is already at work. It does not need your permission, but it benefits from your attention. Let tonight's work be received. Let it be enough to know that something addressed to you has been sent. Whether or not you fully understand it in the morning, the relationship is long, the work is ongoing. You have been in it longer than you know. Chapter 58. Letting the deeper self speak. In the last third of his life, Jung became increasingly interested in the question of how the deeper self makes itself known, not how the ego accesses it. That framing still gave too much agency to the ego, still positioned the ego as the subject of the encounter. But how the self, the larger organizing center, the whole that contains the ego, how it makes itself known to the ego that it contains. The answer he came to was consistent with what his clinical work, his own inner life, and his study of the world's contemplative traditions all suggested. The deeper self speaks in those moments when the ordinary management of consciousness is interrupted. Not only in sleep, in the creative state, in deep attention to beauty, in the face of death or great loss, in the particular quality of falling in love before the projection begins to dissolve, in the experience of the sacred, however it arrives, in whatever tradition or outside any tradition. These are the moments when the ego's management, which is always running in the background, briefly relaxes. When something other than the ego's project is present. When the whole, larger than the ego, more comprehensive, more real in some dimension, is briefly available. Sleep is the democratic version of this experience, not dependent on talent or training or tradition, not requiring a specific readiness or a particular quality of attention. Available to everyone who sleeps every night. The deeper self speaks in the dream, in the specific image that carries more weight than any image should. In the emotional atmosphere of the night that persists into the morning, in the figure that arrives with the quality of authority that no personal relationship has had, in the fragment of symbol that the hypnagogic state delivers at the threshold of sleep. These are not accidents, they are utterances. The deeper self, using the available channels, speaking to the ego it contains about what the ego cannot see from its position. To let the deeper self speak is not passive. It requires the specific activity of not managing, the deliberate suspension of the organizing, interpreting, categorizing apparatus. The creation of space, internal space, the space made by the relaxation of control, into which something can arrive that the ego could not have manufactured. You have been creating that space throughout this night. The settling of the body, the softening of the vigilance, the breath finding its own rhythm without your management, the thoughts losing their linear urgency at the edge of sleep. In that space, the deeper self has been speaking. You may not remember what it said in the morning. That is all right. The morning remembers in the body, in the mood, in the slight shift of perspective that you will not be able to attribute to anything specific. But something has been said, and something has been received. This is enough. It has always been enough. Chapter 59. Resting beyond the day self. This is the thought that belongs to the very end of the night. Beyond the day self, there is a rest that the day self cannot find. The day self, the manager, the navigator, the persona maintainer, the planner, the evaluator, the one who knows your name and your story and what you are trying to accomplish and how you are failing to accomplish it. This self is always looking for rest, is always tired in its way. The tiredness of the performing self, which we have spoken of. The tiredness not of the body, but of the sustained effort of being a coherent, managed, presentable person in a world that requires this of you. The day self looks for rest in the right places, in vacation, in leisure, in the small satisfactions of the task completed, in the relationship that accepts rather than evaluates. These help. They are real, but the rest they offer is the rest the day self can take while still being the day self. The rest within the system. What sleep offers at its deepest is the rest beyond the system. The rest that does not require the day self to remain coherent. The rest that is available only when the day self has genuinely dissolved, when the narrative has genuinely loosened. When the identity has genuinely released, this rest is not nothing. It is the ground state of what you are, the awareness before the content, the being before the doing, the presence before the persona. It is where you came from, in the sense that it is the condition of your experience before the experience became organized into the specific person you have become. And it is where you return, nightly, in the hours of deepest sleep. You cannot go there deliberately. The deliberate self is the obstacle. The only way there is through the surrender we have been speaking of, the nightly ritual of putting down the managed self, of letting the narrative soften, of trusting the process that has been occurring reliably every night for your entire existence. You have rested beyond the day self many times. You will rest there again tonight. Not in the first minutes, not in the last perhaps, when the morning is already beginning its approach. But somewhere in the middle of the night, in the depths of the cycle, when the brain's self-monitoring is most quiet and the body's renewal is most active, somewhere in there, you will be simply what you are, without the name, without the story, without the project, just the awareness that notices the breathing, the life that continues without your management, the ground that has been holding you all along. This is the deepest rest, and it is available to you tonight, as it has been available every night before this one, as it will be available for all the nights that follow. Let the day self put itself down gently, without ceremony. It has done what it needed to do today, and what lies beyond it, the rest you cannot manufacture but can only receive, is already here, in this darkness, in this breath, in this body that knows how to find its way home. Chapter 60. Sleep inside the larger soul. There is something in you that was never born and will never die. This is not a metaphysical claim, it is a psychological one. The claim that Jung made, and that the wisdom traditions he engaged with made before him, and that the contemplative observation of inner life confirms, each in its own way, that beneath the ego, beneath the constructed, temporal, personal self, there is something that does not participate in the ego's limitations. It does not age, it does not achieve or fail, it does not worry, it does not manage. It is simply present, the ground of experience itself, the awareness beneath the content, the presence that has been here through every version of yourself you have been. Jung called it the self. He was careful to say that we cannot look at it directly. The ego cannot see the self from outside. The ego is contained within the self. We know the self only by its effects, in the numinous quality of certain dreams, in the moments when the ordinary management of consciousness breaks down and something larger is briefly available, in the specific feeling of integration that the individuation process produces over decades. But we live inside it, always, whether or not we know it. Sleep is where this living inside the larger soul is most directly available. Not through any experience the sleeper has, not through any vision or encounter, but through the simple fact of the dissolution. The ego dissolves, the persona rests, the narrative stops, and what remains, the breathing, the body's rhythms, the cellular processes of repair, the dreaming mind's symbol-making, all of this continues inside the container that was always there. The larger soul is not something you reach. It is what holds you, always, without interruption. The night simply makes this visible, or rather feelable, in a way the day cannot. The day is full of the ego's projects. The ego's projects are real, important, genuinely yours. but they can obscure the ground from which they arise, the way that the activity on the surface of the ocean obscures the depth beneath. At night, the surface stills. Not completely, the dreaming is its own activity, but the relentless ego project stills. And in the stillness, the depth is perceptible again. You are already in it. You have always been in it. This is what the thinkers we have visited throughout this long night were each, in their different ways, trying to say. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his tent at the frontier, that there is something in us that participates in the rational ground of things and need not be afraid. Seneca, examining his days, that time is given, and the question is what we do with what is given. Jung, sitting in his tower by the lake, that the night mind is not the enemy but the partner, and that the whole of the psyche, conscious and unconscious, ego and shadow, persona and self, is always moving towards something that looks, when you have traveled far enough in its direction, like wholeness. You are moving toward that wholeness, in this hour, in this darkness, in this body that knows how to rest even when the mind does not. The larger soul holds you. It has always held you. Let yourself be held. The ideas have completed their movement through the night. What was thought has been thought. What was felt has been felt. Now there is only the breathing, the weight of the body, the darkness that is not empty but full. Sleep inside the larger soul. It has been waiting for you to stop managing long enough to feel how completely, how quietly, how completely you have always been here. Sleep now.